What if love was a game, and the players were gods who reveled in chaos? Beneath the glimmering facade of Olympus, an insidious plot brews, one electrifying enough to raise the dead and ignite long-buried rivalries. Ares, the war god with a penchant for bloodshed, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love, each wielding power like a knife, each savoring the thrill of manipulation. Do you hear the whispers? They speak of a secret pact forged in the shadows, a twisted gamble that could spell doom for mortals and immortals alike. Venus, the embodiment of beauty, and Mars, the epitome of strength, can you taste the tension? Their chemistry is a volatile cocktail of lust and destruction, a dance that could set the heavens ablaze. What happens when desire becomes a weapon? Ares and Aphrodite have devised a plot to ensnare their rivals, and the stakes are higher than a sky-high Olympus penthouse. Picture it, love's exquisite embrace morphing into a noose, tightening with every sultry glance. But here's the kicker, what if love itself turns traitor? Count the seconds. Tick-tock, each one echoes with urgency. In a world ruled by capricious deities, trust is as fragile as a spun sugar castle on the day of a summer storm. As rumors spread like wildfire, a grisly game unfolds, with hearts as the currency of betrayal. Each heartbeat, an agonizing reminder that nothing is sacred, not even the bonds that bind souls. What's the cost of vengeance? Ares knows. He relishes the taste of it, bitter and intoxicating. And Aphrodite? She's the queen of seduction, luring her prey into a sweet, sticky web of deceit. They're setting the stage for an epic showdown, one that will scatter the ashes of love's many myths across the cosmos. Look closer. Who will be pulled into the abyss? Innocence shatters like glass beneath the weight of ambition. The air crackles with anticipation, a storm brewing on the horizon, each thunderclap a reminder of the fury that lies ahead. This isn't just a duel of hearts, it's a coliseum of chaos where love and war intertwine in a lethal embrace. What if you're next? What if you're the unwitting pawn in this divine chess game, your fate hanging by a thread? Every glance, every whispered word, every laugh, laced with danger. A seductive melody sung by sirens of old, promising pleasure while concealing a dagger behind their backs. Are you prepared to confront the unspeakable truths buried within? Each turning page could ignite a tempest in your heart. Ares and Aphrodite's trap is set, and the clock is ticking. Secrets seep through the cracks in the walls of Olympus, a cacophony of laughter and lust that morphs into something sinister. Dive into this maelstrom. But heed the warning, once you cross into this tangle of gods and mortals, there's no turning back. The intoxicating scent of betrayal hangs in the air. Can you resist the pull, or will you surrender to the chaos? The night dripped with tension, thick like ink spilling across the sky, and the air vibrated with the distant clash of metal, swords biting into shields, cries of anguish blending with shouts of glory. I stood at the precipice of a battlefield, a silent witness to the chaos of war, where the gods themselves seemed to stir, their whispers curling around the flames licking at the horizon. Ares, the god of war, surged like a tempest, fury and bloodlust pulsing through him, an insatiable force that carved a path of destruction wherever he tread. He was the embodiment of chaos, a storm wrapped in the armor of a warrior, and the world felt his rage as if it were mine. Yet, amidst the ruin, a softness lingered, a flicker of something that threatened to ignite the very essence of existence. There she was, Aphrodite, a vision of beauty that could turn the blades of conflict into mere pebbles in the river of love. She stood at the edge of the fray, her golden hair billowing like sunlight breaking through the storm. Her presence was intoxicating, a melody that drowned out the cacophony of war. But it was complicated, twisted, a heart wrapped in vines of desire and dread. I could feel her heart, a fragile thing beating wildly, caught between the glory of battle and the promise of connection. Ares charged forward, and I could almost taste the iron tang of blood on my tongue, hear the cries of those who fought for a cause they barely understood. Each clash of steel reverberated through my bones, each shout a reminder of the cost of passion. Ares was no mere soldier, he was the embodiment of a longing deeper than conquest, a search for something beyond the adrenaline, a call for companionship in a world brimming with death. And there was Aphrodite, her eyes shining with an intensity that could rival the stars, her heart yearning for the man who wielded destruction like a masterful artist. I remember the night when Ares first laid eyes on her, the moment when time lost its meaning, when everything else faded into shadows, and only they existed, a collision of worlds. I remember the way Ares had paused, just for an instant, as if the universe conspired to hold its breath. She was standing in a garden, the air thick with the scent of blooming roses, the moon casting a silvery glow upon her skin, making her look ethereal, unearthly. It was a moment that could shatter empires, a moment when love threatened to eclipse the very nature of war. Yet, with that beauty came a fear that twisted Ares inside, a fear of what love could destroy. He was a god of violence, and with her came the disquieting realization that love demanded vulnerability, that it could be the very weapon that turned against him. The thought gnawed at him, each heartbeat echoing the conflict raging within. I could see it in his eyes, an unspoken question haunting every glance he cast her way. Could he protect her? Could he fight for her in a world that thrived on pain? Aphrodite stood there, the embodiment of love and desire, her heart a tapestry woven with threads of longing and dread. She felt the weight of his gaze, the storm within him, and it stirred something ancient inside her, a yearning so fierce it almost consumed her. But what would it mean to love Ares? To entwine her fate with a god whose very essence was carved from warfare and bloodshed? Would she be a balm for his wrath or just another casualty in his relentless pursuit of chaos? The tension wrapped around her like a cloak, thick and suffocating. I remember the day she made her choice. The skies were heavy, pregnant with the tension of an impending storm. She stepped toward him, and the universe seemed to crack open, stars shimmered, galaxies spun, and for a fleeting second, the chaos of the world fell away. She reached out, her fingers trembling, brushing against the cold metal of his armor. It was a delicate touch, yet it ignited a fire within him, a spark that threatened to consume them both. Ares, with his heart armored in fury, felt the barriers crumble. He took a step closer, and the air crackled with electric tension. But there was darkness in that moment, shadows whispering warnings. Love can be a battlefield just as fierce as any war. I saw it in the way Ares' jaw tightened, in the way Aphrodite's breath hitched, both trapped in an eternal struggle between desire and fear. The world around them felt alive, a silent witness to their torment, and I felt the weight of their emotions seep through me. Then came the clash, a brutal reminder that love and war were intertwined, inseparable yet agonizingly distinct. Ares found himself torn, caught between the urge to protect her and the primal instinct that drove him to fight. I could sense the heartbeat of the universe quicken, the air thick with anticipation, as if the heavens themselves held their breath, waiting to see which would prevail, his need for violence or her plea for peace. Aphrodite, too, felt the anguish, the fear of what it meant to love someone so fiercely entwined with destruction. She could feel the war raging within him, and her heart ached to soothe that torment, to mend the wounds of a soul so deeply scarred by the weight of existence. In that fleeting moment, I saw them both, two flawed souls, wrapped in a tempest of emotions, each a mirror reflecting the other's struggles. The battlefield loomed behind them, a haunting specter of what was at stake. Yet, even in the heart of chaos, there was hope, a flicker of light that promised a transcendence of their fates. But hope is a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of reality. The night pressed on, silence mingling with the distant sounds of war, and I realized the delicate balance between love and conflict, between the longing to connect and the need to protect. Ares and Aphrodite stood poised at the brink, caught in an emotional whirlwind that threatened to consume them, and I could only watch as their destinies intertwined like the dark roots of trees, reaching for each other even as the soil threatened to give way. In that moment, the universe seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the edge of a revelation that could shatter everything they knew. The clock ticked ominously, and the shadows whispered secrets, urging them to choose. But the choice loomed larger than the battlefield, larger than themselves. And in that exquisite agony, time seemed to stretch into eternity, a moment that would echo through the annals of love and war for ages. Would they find each other amidst the chaos, or would the storm consume them both? The answer danced just beyond reach, haunting as the night itself, leaving only the pulse of their hearts, trembling with the uncertainty of what would come next. A thunderclap shattered the night, the sky a swirling tapestry of dark clouds, pregnant with the storm's fury. Lightning carved the heavens, illuminating the chaos that engulfed the palace of Olympus. In the dim light, a scream echoed, cutting through the air like a blade. It was the scream of Hera, fierce and unyielding, yet tinged with a haunting desperation. The goddess of marriage, the queen, was on the brink of something both sacred and terrifying. Her labor had begun. I remember the weight of the air, thick with tension, as time hung suspended. It was a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, every heartbeat an echo of impending doom. My heart raced as I witnessed Hera casting a furious glance at Zeus, her husband and the king of the gods, a betrayal simmering in the depths of her eyes. She was alone in her struggle, a goddess trapped between love and resentment, pride and fear. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil within her, a tempest of emotion, crackling with the energy of creation and destruction. And then, with a primal roar that shook the very foundations of Olympus, Hephaestus was born. A figure emerged from the shadows, slick with the remnants of his mother's pain. He was unlike any child of the gods, deformed, twisted, a reflection of Hera's unyielding spirit battling against the constraints of perfection. I could almost hear the whispers of the cosmos, mocking and cruel, as if the universe itself conspired to deliver a creature forged in agony. Hera's heart broke in that moment, a fissure of sorrow and love, as she beheld her son. She had wanted beauty, grace, a child who would reflect her own divine magnificence. Yet here was Hephaestus, a child born of fire and forge, with limbs that did not mirror the flawless forms of his kin. I could taste her bitterness, a bitter wine that coursed through her veins, mingling with the sweetness of maternal love. She reached for him, trembling, as if afraid that the slightest touch would shatter him into 1,000 pieces. In the shadows, I was not alone. A figure stood, cloaked in the gloom, his eyes burning with a mix of envy and pity. Ares, the god of war, watched with a smirk that twisted his lips. He reveled in the chaos, in the imperfection that marred the divine tapestry of Olympus. He thrived in conflict, fed on the discord between gods and mortals alike. The irony was not lost on me. Ares, the embodiment of power, witnessed the birth of a child who would wield a different kind of strength, not the strength of a warrior, but the strength of a creator, a master of the forge. Look at him, Ares sneered, his voice a low growl laced with mockery. A god of fire, yet so fragile. He'll never stand among us, never command fear. He's nothing but a mistake. Each word struck like a hammer against iron, heating the air with disdain. I felt Hera's gaze, a blazing fire that could burn away the world, and I wondered if the flames within her could burn away the shame of her perceived failure. He is my son, she declared, defiance in her voice. He will rise, even if the world wishes him to fall. As the storm raged on, so too did the conflict within Hera. Her love for Hephaestus was undeniable, yet fear gnawed at her like an insatiable beast. What would the other gods say? What would Zeus think? Would he see her son as a burden, a deformity, a reminder of her own vulnerability? She clenched her fists, the nails biting into her palms, drawing blood, a sacrificial offering to the gods themselves. And there was Hephaestus, oblivious to the turmoil that surrounded him. Even as a newborn, he exuded an energy that crackled like the flames from the forge. It was a warmth that seeped through the coldness of the palace, a flicker of hope in the relentless storm. He opened his eyes, pools of molten gold, and in that moment, I could feel the universe breathe a sigh of relief. He was alive, and with him came the promise of creation. But the gods are fickle, and in their eyes, perfection is paramount. Hephaestus would not be met with open arms. He would be cast aside, a shadow in the light of the divine. The whispers began to dance around Olympus, slithering through the halls like serpents. What a shame, they said. A god of fire who cannot even stand. Ares' laughter rang out, a chilling sound that echoed within me. You'll never be one of us, little one, he taunted, circling the newborn god like a predator. You'll always be the outsider, the freak. But Hera stood firm, her heart a fortress against the storm. You will rise, she promised Hephaestus, her voice a soothing balm against the bitterness of the world. You will forge your own path, and it will burn brighter than all their judgments. The tension hung thick in the air, every breath a battle cry, every heartbeat a hammer strike against the anvil of fate. I could feel the weight of unfulfilled dreams pressing down upon us, the ghosts of expectations haunting the hallways like memories that refused to fade. Hephaestus would face the world alone, yet he would carry the fire of creation within him, an ember glowing in the darkest of nights. As the storm began to subside, a fragile peace settled over Olympus. But the air remained electric, heavy with the promise of conflict yet to come. I could see the shadows dancing, the flickering flames of uncertainty casting long silhouettes against the walls of the palace. And so it began, a journey of a god, forged in the fires of rejection and shaped by the relentless hands of fate. Hephaestus, the outcast, the creator, standing at the precipice of his destiny, ready to confront the world that would never accept him. The winds whispered secrets, and the stars twinkled with possibilities, each one a flicker of hope in the vast abyss. I remember the storm, the chaos, the pain, the birth of a god who would redefine what it meant to create. In that moment, the world shifted, and I felt it in my bones. This was only the beginning. The flames of Hephaestus would rise, and from the ashes of rejection, a new legacy would be forged, one that would echo through the ages, vibrant and unstoppable. The hammer crashed down again, reverberating through the cavernous forge. Each strike echoed like a heartbeat, heavy and relentless. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, watching Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, his brow glistening with sweat, muscles coiling and releasing like a tightly wound spring. The flames danced around him, illuminating the shadows of envy flickering in the corners of my heart. I remember the day I first saw him, a titan of artistry, but today, that glory felt tarnished, eclipsed by a different kind of heat that simmered just beneath the surface. Why can't you just let it go? I heard her voice, sweet like the fragrance of wild jasmine, cutting through the air like a knife. Aphrodite stood there, her beauty a radiant blinding light, yet somehow, behind those sparkling eyes, I sensed a tempest brewing. She wore a smile, but it was brittle, like glass teetering on the edge of a table. I remembered how she had dazzled me, filled my dreams with visions of love and laughter, but now, all I felt was a hollow ache, a pit in my stomach where hope once thrived. It's never that simple, is it? I murmured, glancing at Hephaestus, whose hammer fell silent, brow furrowing in frustration. The air thickened, suffocating us in unspoken words, a tension so palpable, it felt like a thick fog wrapping around our throats. We're all bound by chains. Chains made of desire, of jealousy, of love. Chains can be broken, Aphrodite countered, a glint of defiance igniting her eyes. But you're too deep in your own shadows to see it. Her words struck me, each syllable a lash against the raw skin of my insecurities. I looked away, focused on the flames, which roared and crackled, as if mocking us. Every flicker seemed to whisper secrets, urging me to confront my own demons. Look at him, my love, I said, voice trembling with a mix of admiration and sorrow. How can you not see the weight he bears? He creates worlds, yet feels like a ghost in his own life. Hephaestus returned to his work, the fire illuminating the deep lines etched into his face, a map of pain and solitude. I wanted to reach out, to understand him, but my hands felt heavy, weighed down by my own longing. Aphrodite stepped closer, her warmth wrapping around me like a summer breeze, but her fingers felt electric, charged with tension. He's not the only one bearing a burden, she whispered, and for a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of vulnerability in her playful facade. You think I don't feel the weight of expectation? That my heart doesn't ache for more than what this life has given me. Her voice wavered, and I could see the cracks in her armor of beauty, a haunting vulnerability that mirrored my own. Then why do you keep coming back? I spat, the words harsh against the softness of the moment. Why flirt with destruction? The heat of anger pulsed in my veins, tinting everything red, warping the truth. I could feel Hephaestus's eyes on me, a quiet storm brewing within him, complicating the very air we breathed. Because she hesitated, the word hanging like a pendulum, swinging between us, because it's easier to love the fire than to face the ashes. At that instant, time felt irrelevant, a ghost slipping through my fingers. I remembered a night spent beneath the stars, our laughter mingling with the sighs of the night breeze. I remembered the warmth of her hand in mine, the way her smile could ignite 1,000 suns. Now, those memories felt like a distant echo, a haunting reminder of what was slipping away. Hephaestus stepped forward, breaking the fragile silence. His voice was a low rumble, deep and resonant. You dance around the truth, both of you. His eyes blazed like molten metal, a fierce intensity that froze the very air around us. This isn't just about love. It's about what you're willing to sacrifice. I felt the weight of his words pressing down on me, squeezing the breath from my lungs as if the forge itself had come alive, demanding an answer. I would sacrifice anything for you, I whispered, but the promise felt empty even as it left my lips. I watched as Aphrodite's expression softened, her gaze flitting from me to Hephaestus, a flicker of remorse passing through her eyes. It was electric, crackling with unsaid thoughts, heavy with the weight of the past. But love requires more than sacrifice, she said, each word a careful step across a tightrope strung high above the chasm of our feelings. It requires honesty, even when the truth stings. Hephaestus clenched his jaw, the muscles of his face shifting with a primal energy, and I felt something shift in the air, a portent of an impending storm. You think honesty will save us? His voice dripped with bitterness, a cold wind slicing through the warmth we had built. Honesty has a way of revealing the darkest parts of ourselves. It forces us to confront the ghosts we try so hard to hide. I swallowed hard, the knot in my throat tightening. I was flailing in a sea of emotions, drowning in the weight of unspoken desires. What if we're all haunted by the same ghost? I said, desperation creeping into my tone. What if love itself is the spectre, twisting our hearts in ways we can barely understand? For a moment, silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating, filled only by the crackle of flames and the echo of unacknowledged truths. I could almost feel the universe holding its breath, waiting for us to take that final step into the abyss. The clock on the wall ticked away the fragile moments, each tick marking the passage of time like a metronome of fate. And then it happened, the moment when everything shifted. I caught a glimpse of the truth reflected in Hephaestus's eyes, a spark of revelation mingling with pain. Love is not a gift, he said, voice trembling with intensity. It's a forge. It shapes us, it burns us, but it can also create something beautiful. Aphrodite stepped back, her expression a whirlwind of emotions, a blend of longing, fear, and perhaps, acceptance. But, Hephaestus, she murmured, what if we're too broken to create anything beautiful? In that instant, the air hummed with a fragile tension. I felt the world around us fade away, leaving only the three of us tangled in a web of heartache and desire, love and envy. And as the flames flickered low, casting ghostly shadows against the walls, I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental, a moment when love and envy collided, a love triangle forged in the fires of our own making. The hammer fell again, but this time, the sound resonated with an urgency that felt like a heartbeat, reminding me that the choices we made would echo through eternity. Every breath, every heartbeat, every unspoken truth pushed us closer to the edge, tethered by a fragile thread of emotion that could snap at any moment. The real question loomed, would we dare to face the flames together, or would we allow envy to consume us whole? In the silence that followed, I felt the cosmos shift above us, stars twinkling as if bearing witness to our turmoil, each one a reminder of the vastness of love, envy, and the chains we forged with our desires. The darkness whispered promises of what could be, but the light danced with the ghosts of what was, and as I stood there, caught in the tempest of it all, I realized this was only the beginning. The moon hung low, a cruel eye in the sky, illuminating the horizon that trembled with the distant echoes of battle. A chorus of screams, the clash of metal, and the smell of burning flesh hung thick in the air. I was there, knees in the mud, heart racing as if it could outrun the chaos surrounding me. The ground trembled beneath me, not from the quaking earth, but from the footsteps of those lost to war. Shadows danced, flickering between hope and despair, while a dark figure loomed, cloaked in the essence of conflict itself, Ares, the god of war. I remember the moment distinctly, a jarring snapshot of existence. My fingers, stained with blood, trembling as I gripped the hilt of my sword. I had sworn to protect those I loved, yet here I was, staring into the abyss of my own soul, teetering on the edge of madness. My heart thudded like a frenzied drum, each beat reminding me of the fragile life I fought for. In the distance, I could hear her voice, Ilara, calling my name, a siren amidst the chaos, sweet and haunting. Cyrus, she screamed, but the distance between us felt as vast as the cosmos. Her eyes, a stormy sea of worry and courage, anchored me to reality. I could see the fear etched on her face, yet there was a determination that ignited my spirit. It was the same fire that had drawn us together beneath the ancient oak, whispering vows of forever in the light of day. But now, forever felt like a cruel taunt, slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. The ground shook again, this time with the weight of a new threat. I turned, my breath hitching as I faced the oncoming tide of armored men, their faces obscured by helmets that reflected nothing but the madness of war. I could feel the pull of Ares in the air, a sinister magnetism that drew the strongest of hearts into his maw, devouring humanity with every swing of a blade. My fellow soldiers, my brothers, my friends, each one was bound by the same curse, the same allure of glory lost in the fog of bloodshed. Cyrus, my name was a whisper in the wind, but it felt like a shout in this moment of dread. I took a step forward, but my feet felt like lead, my resolve crumbling. I could almost hear us laughing in the distance, a chilling reminder of the futility of all that I held dear. I could see Ilara's silhouette, desperate and fragile, a stark contrast to the carnage unfolding around us. Cyrus, she cried again, desperation lacing her voice, pulling me back from the brink. We can't lose each other. I remembered our laughter, the sweetness of stolen moments beneath the canopy of stars. But laughter felt like a distant memory now, replaced by the bitter taste of fear. I had to fight, not just for myself, but for her, for the life we dreamed of, the home we wanted to build. The clash of swords erupted around me, a cacophony of desperation and rage. I swung my weapon, a metallic arc of defiance against the rising tide of despair. Each thrust was a prayer, each block an act of rebellion against Ares' tightening grip. I could feel him, that malevolent presence, wrapping around my thoughts, urging me to give in, to succumb to the darkness. But I fought against it, driven by the echo of Ilara's voice reverberating in my heart. Then I saw him, a soldier, his face twisted with rage and fear, aiming his sword at me. I felt time slow, the air thickening like a noose around my throat. Memories flooded my mind, my mother's gentle hands, the warmth of Ilara's smile, the laughter of children playing in the sun. I was not just a soldier, I was a son, a lover, a man who once believed in something larger than himself. Cyrus! Ilara's voice sliced through the haze, a lifeline amidst the tempest. Please, don't do this. With one fluid motion, I deflected the blow, the clang of metal ringing in my ears. I caught a glimpse of the soldier's eyes, a reflection of my own torment. In that moment, I saw him, a man driven by the same fears, the same desires, lost in the labyrinth of war. I hesitated, just a heartbeat, but it was enough. With a swift motion, he was upon me. Pain exploded through my side, a cruel reminder of Ares' influence, the relentless desire for blood, for victory at any cost. I stumbled back, gasping, the air thick with the metallic scent of my own blood mingling with the earth, the mud, the cries of the lost. I caught Ilara's gaze, filled with horror, and a surge of rage ignited within me. She didn't deserve this chaos, this nightmare that twisted like thorns around our dreams. A surge of adrenaline shot through me, igniting something primal. I rose, fueled by love and fury, and in that moment, I began to fight not just for myself, but for all that we had lost amidst the ashes of conflict. I swung my sword, a whirlwind of raw emotion, feeling the weight of Ares' presence dissipate with every swing, every clash. But the battle raged on, and the shadows loomed larger, haunted by the spectre of the god who thrived on our suffering. I could hear the whispers of the fallen, their cries blending with the wind, calls for vengeance, for honor, for redemption. I was drowning in the chaos, lost in the tumult of what it meant to exist. Cyrus! Ilara's voice echoed again, piercing through the darkness, a lifeline I clung to with all my might. It was then I realized, this was the nature of war. Ares thrived on our anguish, our conflicting desires, weaving them into a tapestry of strife and sorrow. And yet, within that chaos lay the flicker of hope, the belief that love could conquer even the darkest of nights. As I fought, I felt the tide begin to shift, the shadows retreating momentarily as I forged a path toward Ilara. I could see it in her eyes, fear, yes, but also determination, a spark that illuminated the darkness surrounding us. It was a promise, a reminder that even amidst the horror, we were alive, fighting for the remnant of what could still be. The world around us blurred, a kaleidoscope of chaos, but I pressed on, heart racing, each breath filled with the bittersweet ache of what it meant to love in a world consumed by Ares' influence. And as the night wore on, I could feel the weight of our choices bearing down like the unrelenting night sky, and I knew this was only the beginning. The air crackled like static before a storm, and all around, shadows danced with a malevolence that only the gods could conjure. I stood in the heart of the temple of Aphrodite, the scent of incense thick and suffocating, mingling with the bittersweet tang of desperation. A shriek cut through the murmur of prayers, raw and jagged, a sound that twisted my stomach into knots. I turned, the echoes of heartbreak reverberating within me, every pulse of my heart an unanswered question. Alysia, with her emerald eyes that once sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, now glimmered with tears, each drop a chilling reminder of love's fragility. She stood before the altar, a trembling figure clad in a gown of moonlight, her fingers brushing against the cool marble as if seeking solace from the stone itself. I remember, she whispered, her breath hitching, when beauty was enough. The words fell from her lips like a song turned sour, and I knew, in that moment, that beauty had become a cruel spectre haunting her existence. Across the temple, Demetrius shattered the silence, his voice like thunderclaps, fierce and unmistakable. Beauty is a curse, Alysia. His anger was a tempest, fueled by a love that threatened to consume him. It's a mask, underneath which lies nothing but emptiness. His fists clenched, knuckles white as he fought against the tide of longing that swept him closer to her. I felt the tension between them, a taut string ready to snap, and I was caught in the crossfire of their emotions, lost in the labyrinth of their hearts. I remember the way the candlelight flickered, casting ghostly shadows that danced mockingly on their faces. The flickering flame seemed to mirror their tumultuous hearts, illuminating the cracks beneath their perfect exteriors. In that moment, I understood that beauty, revered and worshipped, had morphed into a haunting spectre, looming larger than life, ever demanding, ever silent. And yet, it was love, the unyielding desire to be seen and cherished, that threatened to unravel them both. Alysia's hands trembled as she reached out, her touch a whisper against the air. But what if beauty is the only thing that remains? Each syllable was a plea, fragile yet fierce, echoing through the hollow chamber. I could feel the weight of her despair pressing against my chest, squeezing, tightening like a noose. What if all I am is this? She gestured toward the opulence that surrounded them, a golden cup, a silk drape, the shimmering offerings laid at the goddess's feet. What if I can't bear to be anything else? Demetrius's expression shifted, raw pain flashed in his eyes, and I felt the shift in the atmosphere, electric, charged, as if the very cosmos held its breath. You are so much more, he shouted, his voice cracking, shattering the illusion of indifference. You are all the dreams I've ever chased, the laughter echoing in the quietest of nights. And there it was, that moment of truth, the chasm between them bridged by vulnerability, a fragile thread stretched taut as they both teetered on the precipice of something profound. The shadows loomed larger, creeping closer as if the very essence of Aphrodite herself was watching, waiting for their choice. A tension thick enough to cut with a knife filled the air, making my skin prickle. Time slowed, and I felt every heartbeat thud in my ears, the drums of war, the chime of a clock counting down to a reckoning. I remember the fear of what tied them together, the haunting realization that love could just as easily bind as it could liberate. Alysia, Demetrius breathed, stepping closer, what if we let go of the masks? What if we dared to be flawed, to be human? His voice softened, losing its edge, becoming a tender plea. What if we dared to be honest? His eyes bore into hers, raw and unyielding, the storm within him a mirror reflecting her own chaos. I held my breath, entangled in their desperation, feeling the weight of their choices pressing down on me like a leaden shroud. The room trembled with unspoken truths, the altar of Aphrodite glimmering ominously, a harbinger of the chaos that followed beauty's allure. I could see it in Alysia's eyes, the flicker of hope, the glimmer of fear, the haunting shadow of doubt that threatened to engulf her. But what if they see, she whispered, a tremor in her voice, and I felt my own heart ache for her, for the burden of expectation she carried like a millstone. I remember the moment she closed her eyes, surrendering to the gravity of it all. She was a timeless beauty, but in that instant, she was also so achingly human, stripped bare and vulnerable. What if I am nothing without it? Her voice was a thread now, a soft and haunting melody that echoed through the stone sanctuary. The stillness was suffocating, and I felt the weight of her fear crush against my ribs. Demetrius reached for her, his fingertips grazing her wrist, igniting a fire that sang through the air. "You are everything," he vowed, his voice steady, infusing the room with a fierce intensity. "You are the spark that ignites the stars, the sun that warms the coldest nights. You are not just beauty, you are the chaos, the laughter, the heart that beats in time with mine." In that moment, I understood, the allure of beauty was a siren's call, a double-edged sword that could cut through the darkness or bind them to a gilded cage. I could feel the echo of their hearts, the rhythm of longing and despair, weaving a tapestry of emotion that enveloped us all. The candlelight flickered again, casting their shadows in stark relief against the temple walls, and I shivered, feeling the pull of fate close in around us. Alizia opened her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, the heaviness lifted. The darkness began to recede, replaced by a glimmer of something more, a spark of rebellion against a world that demanded perfection. "Then let them see," she breathed, and the words spilled forth, an incantation woven from the fabric of her soul. "Let them see the flaws, the scars, the truth." As they stood there, two souls entwined, the very essence of love crackled in the air, a tempest ready to break free. The shadows writhed in protest, but the beauty of their shared humanity shone through the cracks, illuminating the path ahead. And I felt it, a pulse, a heartbeat that echoed through the temple, a promise that love, in all its chaotic glory, would always rise above. In that moment of reckoning, the allure of beauty transformed into something darker and more profound, a reflection of the human experience that mingled with the divine. And as the air thickened with possibility, I knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation was not yet over, the story still unwritten, the threads of fate dangling precariously in the balance. Time hung suspended, and I stood witness to the beauty that lay in the struggle, breathless and teetering on the edge of what was to come. The night was jagged, shards of darkness piercing the sky, where stars blinked like distant memories fading in and out of consciousness. I stood on the edge of the world, heart pounding so fiercely against my ribs that it threatened to crack open the very skin holding it captive. Below, the city of Rome sprawled like a slumbering giant, its streets whispering secrets of lost lovers and buried ambitions. The scent of smoke lingered in the air, a ghostly reminder of fires long extinguished yet still crackling in the recesses of the mind. Time, that fickle beast, seemed to pause, holding its breath as if afraid to disturb the fragile tether of life that connected me to everything I ever knew. "Where are you, Marcus?" My voice trembled into the night, swallowed by shadows. I felt the weight of his absence like an anchor, dragging me deeper into a void where hope dared not tread. Marcus, my brother, my compass, always leading me back to the light. But now? Now, he was lost amidst the crimson ruins of our dreams, a soldier swallowed whole by the very war he sought to conquer. The thought alone made bile rise in my throat. I remembered how he used to laugh, a deep, rolling sound that erupted like thunder, shaking the very heavens. "You worry too much, sister," he'd say, a playful smile curling on his lips, as if he could chase away my worries with a mere flicker of joy. But the laughter had turned to ash, a memory that haunted my every waking moment. The clang of metal on metal shattered the silence, a relentless dance of death echoing through the night. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing myself to breathe, fearing I might drown in the memories of blood-soaked fields and smoldering ruins. My fingers tightened around the hilt of my dagger, its cold steel a bitter reminder of the world outside, a world where survival meant becoming something I wasn't. But it was all I had left. Then there was Livia, radiant yet fading, like the last flicker of a candle before the darkness consumes it whole. Her laughter had once filled our home, a melody that wove its way through the very fabric of our lives. But now? Now, she wandered through the halls of our memories, a ghost of her former self, searching for something lost amidst the ruins of Rome. "I can't feel him anymore," she whispered one night, her voice a mere wisp caught in the wind. "He's gone, isn't he?" The tears that slipped down her cheeks glimmered like pearls, reflecting the moonlight as if nature herself mourned with us. I wanted to reach out, to gather her pain in my arms like a blanket, to tell her that all would be well, that Marcus would return to us, a hero crowned in glory. But that lie clung to my throat, a bitter pill I couldn't swallow. The air grew thicker as we faced the reality of our shattered lives together, a bond forged in fire and despair. I felt the suffocating weight of it all, the encroaching shadows that danced at the edge of my vision, just out of reach. And yet, as the city groaned beneath the weight of its own history, I could not escape the gnawing dread that something terrible was coming. It loomed like a storm on the horizon, inevitable and unrelenting. I remember the clamor of soldiers marching, their boots pounding like a heartbeat, a rhythm that matched my own, a wild cacophony in the dead of night. They shouted orders, their voices a grating symphony of chaos as fear crept into the corners of my mind. Each shout felt like an omen, a warning echoing through the streets. Somewhere out there, beneath the blood-red sky, Marcus fought, and I felt every blow, every scream. It was a visceral connection, binding me to him, an invisible thread tugging taut. "Help me!" The voice cut through the night, raw and desperate. It was a plea I knew well, it belonged to Marcus. My heart sank, and in that moment, I wasn't just a sister, I was a vessel of his pain, a conduit for all that was broken and lost. "Hold on!" I screamed into the abyss, hoping the winds would carry my words to him, hoping he could hear me, that he could feel my presence even now. And then, just like that, the world shifted. It was a split-second revelation, a jolt that coursed through me like lightning, a realization that nothing was as it seemed. I glanced toward Livia, her face pale and stricken, eyes wide with fear. "What if he doesn't come back?" she gasped, and I knew, deep down, she feared the truth. "I remember when we were children," I said, forcing the memories past my lips like a prayer. "When we'd play in the fields, chasing sunbeams, dreaming of the stars." I clung to those memories as if they were lifebuoys tossed into treacherous waters. Nothing could touch us then. But my words felt hollow, a fragile echo against the reality before us. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the distant clash of swords, a grim reminder of the battle raging beyond our sight. Tension hung in the air like smoke, thick and acrid, suffocating. The stars twinkled down as if mocking my fear, reminding me how small I truly was against the vastness of the universe. "Marcus is a warrior," I whispered, more to myself than to Livia. "He will fight. He will survive." But as the last word left my lips, doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. The truth was a monstrous beast lurking in the shadows, and I could feel its hot breath on my neck, suffocating. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night, a soul torn asunder, a life extinguished. My heart plummeted into the depths of despair. "We have to go," I urged, grabbing Livia's hand, urgency clawing at my throat. But she hesitated, eyes clouded with fear. "What if he needs us?" "Then we will fight," I said, though the thought sent a chill racing down my spine. "But we cannot stay here. Not now." We turned away from the shadows, from the echoes of a world on the brink of collapse, running towards the uncertain horizon. Each step felt heavy with the weight of our memories, and with every breath, I felt the tendrils of dread wrap tighter around my chest. The battle raged on, relentless, each clash reverberating through the very core of our beings, and I could only pray that somewhere in the chaos, my brother still fought to return to us, the light beckoning him home. As the world fell apart around us, I held tightly to Livia's hand, to the flickering hope that refused to die. We plunged into the night, not only as sisters but as warriors of our own fate, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited us. The stars watched, distant yet brilliant, a reminder that even amidst loss, life would continue to pulse, vibrant and unyielding. The air crackled like an electric storm, heavy with unspoken words and broken hearts. It was dusk in Rome, shadows stretching long over cobblestones slick with rain, the city pulsed like a living thing, and within it, desire clashed with despair. I stood at the edge of the forum, breath hitching, caught in a moment that felt like eternity, a heartbeat suspended in the charged silence before chaos exploded. I remember the way she looked that evening, eyes ablaze like twin stars in the obsidian sky. Venus, radiant and unreachable, cloaked in the essence of longing and beauty, a goddess in the flesh. My heart raced, not just for her beauty but for the depth of her sorrow, a wound that seemed to cut deeper than skin. There was chaos all around, whispers of betrayal, love, and vengeance swirling like a relentless tempest. I couldn't tear my eyes from her, and yet I felt the crushing weight of inadequacy. How could a mere mortal stand in the presence of such celestial grace? I remember Marcus, my friend, my rival, standing just a stone's throw away. His fists clenched tight, the golden ring on his finger glinting like a warning. Love had turned him into a desperate spectre, haunted by dreams of Venus that held him captive while his heart shattered, piece by piece. "She's mine," he hissed, the words dripping with venom, yet echoing with a tenderness only someone truly wounded could know. I wanted to scream at him, to shake him awake from his delusions. But I knew, oh, how I knew, that the fiercest battles are fought silently, within the chambers of our hearts. "Marcus," I whispered, each syllable laced with the weight of our history. "We were brothers once, bound by laughter and shared secrets. Now we stood on opposite sides of a chasm carved by desire." I felt the tension twist inside me, wrapping tighter until I could scarcely breathe. The very air felt thick with the scent of jasmine and betrayal. I could almost taste it, bitter on my tongue. Time warped, seconds stretching into infinity, and I could see it all unfold like a tragic play. Venus moved through the crowd, her steps deliberate, a siren among sailors lost at sea. I remember the way she paused, her gaze flickering from Marcus to me, confusion swirling like the autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Her smile was a fragile thing, a sliver of light in a world drowning in darkness. "Do you see me?" she seemed to ask, and my heart answered with a desperate, resounding yes. But as I watched, I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of our fleeting lives and the choices that tethered us to this moment. I remember the way she turned her back, the silhouette of her beauty etched against the dying light. It was a wound that would never heal, a betrayal of the heart that felt like a dagger at my side. "Don't let her go," Marcus growled, each word a battle cry, filled with the raw need that had driven him to the brink. I wanted to scream to him that love was not a possession, a trophy to be won or lost, but a wild, free thing, savage and untamable. But what did I know? I stood there, a coward drowning in my feelings, paralyzed by the very essence of life. Suddenly, the air shifted again, a gust of wind carrying the weight of unspoken confessions. I could sense the shift in Venus's breath, the tremor of her resolve. Could she feel it too? The invisible thread that bound us all together, yet kept us in chains? I felt my heart race, pounding in time with the distant sounds of revelry, the laughter and music from the taverns lining the streets. "Let's go," Marcus said, desperation creeping into his voice. "We can't let her slip away." And in that moment, I understood. We were both prisoners of our own making, chained to a goddess who floated above us, unattainable, divine. I watched as he took a step, and the world around us blurred, shadows danced, whispers echoed, and in that heartbeat, I saw a vision of what could be, should be. "Wait!" I called out, the word bursting forth, a dam breaking under the pressure of our hearts. She deserves to choose. Not to be battled over like some prized possession. Do you remember the nights we used to dream, Marcus, of love that filled the world with joy rather than the pain of possession? But those words hung heavy in the air, dissipating like smoke, leaving behind an emptiness that felt cavernous. I saw him hesitate, the flicker of doubt crossing his features. In that moment, I could sense the fleeting possibility of connection, not just with Venus but between us. But reality slammed down like a guillotine, slicing through the fragile hope that clung to my heart like a spider's web. And then, as if the cosmos conspired against us, Venus turned back, her expression shifting, a storm brewing behind her alluring facade. Her voice cut through the tension, raw and aching. "You think love is simple? You think it is just a choice?" A silence enveloped us, heavy with the weight of her words. "I am not a prize. I am a tempest, and you are both caught in my storm." I felt the shiver of truth coil around me, tightening its grip. In that moment, we were all lost. Lost in her charms, lost in our desires, each of us spiraling into the depths of our own hearts, haunted by the specters of love, love that could uplift us, love that could destroy us. The sky darkened, the stars peeking through the clouds like distant memories. The air grew thick with unfulfilled promises, and time seemed to dissolve. I knew this moment would linger, etched into the fabric of our souls, a scene to replay in the quiet hours of the night, where the echoes of our choices would circle like vultures. As the first tears of rain fell, mingling with the salt of unspoken fears, I felt a haunting clarity wash over me. This was love, in all its chaotic beauty and destructive power. A goddess standing between us, an embodiment of every hope and fear, and in that moment, the realization struck like a lightning bolt: this was only the beginning. In the shadows of ancient Rome, I stood at a crossroads, tethered to the threads of fate, love, and longing, waiting for the storm to either break us or remake us into something new. And as I stared into Venus's eyes, I knew this was where the story truly began. The clang of metal on metal rang through the air, a primal symphony that battered against the senses like a storm. Inside the forge of Hephaestus, temperature soared, and the atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of molten metal. I could almost taste the heat, sharp, biting, a slow burn that ignited the skin and seared through the very soul. Sparks flew like angry fireflies, illuminating the shadows cast by towering shadows, shadows that whispered secrets of creation and destruction. I watched her, Lyra, standing at the heart of the chaos, hand steady as she shaped a blade. A flicker of doubt crossed her brow, the heavy weight of expectation anchoring her shoulders. "Not good enough," she muttered, her voice barely rising above the hiss of steam. I felt the familiar pang in my heart, a blend of admiration and sorrow, the kind that grips you when you see someone you love wrestle with their own demons. Her father's ghost loomed behind her, a spectre clad in regret. He had forged wonders, legendary weapons, artifacts that danced on the edge of myth. Yet here she was, haunted not just by his legacy but by the incessant ghost of failure. I remember how he had gazed upon her with pride, how she had pled for his approval, but he had pulled away, his eyes cold, his dreams eclipsing her own. "Lyra!" The voice cut through the heat like a knife, deep and booming. It was Gaius, her mentor, and in that moment, I understood the weight he bore. The forge was a crucible, a place of creation where hope and despair crisscrossed like molten veins. "Focus," he barked, sparks flying from the anvil as if the very metal recoiled at the injustice of it all. And yet, Gaius himself was a storm, a tempest of ambition and fear. He had once been the brightest star of the forge, a craftsman whose hands could twist the very fabric of reality into shimmering weapons. But now, he was a shadow of his former self, burdened by the ghosts of the past. I could see it in the way his fingers trembled, the way he clenched his jaw, as if ready to crack under the pressure of his own expectations. He looked at Lyra, not just as a student, but as his last chance to reclaim the glory he had lost. "Make something that sings," he urged, his voice softer now, coaxing her like a lover tempting a sigh from a reluctant heart. "Make it sing, Lyra! Show them what you can do." But what if her song was a dirge? What if the blade she forged was destined to destroy rather than create? The question hung in the air, thick as smoke, and I could feel it slicing through my own chest, twisting in a way that made it hard to breathe. I remember the first time I had seen her work, the way her fingers danced over the metal, shaping it like it was alive, like it was a part of her soul. But today, the forge felt different, like a prison where hope went to die. There was a palpable tension, the kind that curled around your heart and squeezed until you couldn't help but gasp for breath. "Breathe," I whispered to myself, a mantra that echoed in the vast, oppressive space. "Breathe." And then, a crack. The sound jolted us all. Lyra's blade shattered, a million shards scattering like shooting stars across the floor. Time slowed, and in that fragmented moment, I watched as her face crumpled, her dreams collapsing like ancient ruins. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but found myself frozen, caught in the web of my own memories, a portrait of failure that had stalked me far too long. What was that? Lyra's voice trembled, fragile and raw, cutting through the oppressive silence like the shattering of glass. Gaius stepped forward, his face a storm cloud, but I could see the flicker of sympathy in his eyes. "It's a lesson," he said, though the words sounded hollow. "You learn more from your failures than your successes." Her laughter came, jagged and broken, a sound that echoed like a death knell in the forge. "All I learn is that I'm not good enough." The words hung in the air, as heavy as the ingots of metal surrounding us, and I felt my chest tighten. Facing the weight of unattainable expectations, we were all trapped in this relentless cycle of hope and despair, forever crafting weapons that could never truly protect us. And then came the shadows, the ones that danced just out of sight, watching, waiting. They whispered promises of power, but their voices wrapped around my throat like a noose. If only you could create a weapon that would make them fear you, they crooned, seductive as sin. You'd never be weak again. Lyra knelt among the shards, her face pale, haunted. What if I can't, she breathed, the words spilling like regret. What if I'm destined to fail? Then you try again, Gaia said, but his voice faltered, mingling with the heat and sweat of the forge. Because sometimes the blade itself is forged in the fires of pain. I felt it then, the churn of emotion swirling around us, thick like a fog. It was as if the forge itself was alive, breathing, a creature of creation and chaos, and we were just its unwilling puppets. Lyra's hands trembled as she gathered the shards, the pieces of her broken dreams. I will try again, she whispered, each word a tentative step forward, a flicker of flame in the darkness. Together, I found myself saying, the promise spilling from my lips before I could stop it. And in that moment, I knew, this was just the beginning. The forge would rage on, and the weight of our choices would shape us like the metal shaping the blade. We were all broken, but perhaps brokenness was a kind of power too. Perhaps the darkness could be turned into something more, something fierce. As the heat of the forge pulsed like a living heartbeat, I caught a glimpse of the horizon, a faint glimmer of light, a whisper of hope, hovering just beyond the chaos, tempting us to reach for it. But the shadows loomed, and the song of creation and destruction continued, an infinite loop that would not let us go. The forge pulsed with life, and we were its heartbeat, lost in the dance of weapons and wonders, adrift in a world where nothing was certain, but everything was possible. In the heart of the night, silence stretched like a taut bowstring, the air thick with unspoken words and the scent of impending rain. Ars stood in the shadows, muscles coiled, the pulse of his heart drumming a frantic rhythm against the stillness. He could feel it, her presence, a whisper of warmth that curled around him, igniting a fire he thought long buried. Somewhere within this sprawling city cloaked in darkness, Aphrodite's laughter echoed, a haunting melody that both soothed and tortured him. I remember the first time I saw her, the way the moonlight danced off her skin, illuminating her like she was a celestial being descended from the heavens, sent to torment the likes of me. I remember how her smile cut through the gloom, how her eyes sparkled with mischief and secrets, igniting something primal within me. Love. Desire. It was all wrapped in the kind of reckless abandon that could shatter worlds. I remember our stolen moments, stolen glances, our secret sanctuary beneath the old oak tree, where time melted away, and all that existed was the intoxicating electricity between us. But tonight, the tension was thick enough to slice through. The shadows trembled as if they held their breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. I could hear the distant rumble of thunder, a warning, perhaps, or a call to action. She was here, somewhere close, and the knowledge sent shivers down my spine. I was a warrior, and she was my weakness, an undeniable force pulling me into a whirlwind of passion and chaos. Aphrodite emerged from the darkness, her silhouette framed against the flickering torchlight. Her hair flowed like liquid gold, catching the light and splashing it into the night, a brilliant contrast to the cold stones beneath our feet. My heart lurched, the world narrowing to the space between us. She walked with a confidence that belied the vulnerability shimmering beneath the surface, a fierce beauty wrapped in layers of complexity. In her presence, I was both exalted and damned. Time is not on our side, ours, she whispered, voice like honey dipped in desperation. Every moment we linger here, the shadows grow longer, and soon they'll swallow us whole. I stepped closer, the ache in my chest intensifying with each heartbeat, a staccato rhythm matching the storm brewing above. I know, I replied, every word laced with urgency. But how can I let you go? Every time I hold you, I forget the war outside, the battles waiting for me. I forget who I am. She looked away then, a flicker of pain crossing her features, and I felt it slice through me like a blade. You're a god of war, ours. Your destiny is to fight. And mine, she trailed off, the words heavy with sorrow. I am love itself, condemned to watch the destruction you bring, yet drawn to it, like moth to flame. We stood on the precipice, the storm raging above, yet the true tempest lay within our hearts. I reached out, fingers brushing against her cheek, the warmth of her skin igniting a blaze within me. She leaned into my touch as if craving the connection, and in that moment, the world faded. There were no armies, no bloodshed, just the two of us suspended in a fragile world of stolen kisses and whispered dreams. But with every heartbeat, reality loomed like the shadow of a great beast, threatening to consume us both. I understood the danger, the implications of our union. The gods watched, and they were not merciful. Their judgment hung like a noose around our necks, tightening with each passing second. I remember the stories, I said, struggling against the tide of my emotions. How they spoke of us, of love that defies gods and men alike. But at what cost, Aphrodite? How many lives must be sacrificed for our desires? We could end everything. Stop! She pulled away, eyes ablaze with a mixture of fear and fury. You don't understand, Ares. Love is a weapon, and with it comes destruction. But it's also the only thing worth fighting for. Would you cast me aside because of fate? Because of what others think? Her words struck me like arrows, piercing the armor I wore around my heart. I was a warrior, yes, but she was the battlefield, the place where my heart bled and wept. I can't lose you, I growled, fists clenching at my sides. Not to the gods, not to the war. I would wage 1,000 battles for you. Then fight for us, she cried, desperation tinging her voice. Fight for the moments we have, the memories yet to be made. But remember, Ares, the world is watching. And if we are discovered, her voice trailed off, the weight of unsaid words hanging heavily between us. I could feel the storm echoing our turmoil, lightning flashing across the sky like the fury in my chest. Let them watch, I roared, my voice a tempest of defiance. Let them come. I'll face them all, if it means I can have you. But deep down, I understood, this was a war we could not win. The price of our passion could be our very existence, and yet, it was a price I would willingly pay. As thunder cracked overhead, resonating with the turmoil swirling in my soul, I pulled her closer, breathing in her scent, an intoxicating blend of jasmine and vulnerability. I remember the way you make me feel, I murmured, my forehead resting against hers, the storm outside a mere whisper compared to the storm within us. And I would destroy the heavens for just one more moment like this. As the rain began to fall, heavy and relentless, it washed over us like a baptism of fire. The world around us faded, and in that moment, we were no longer gods or mortals. We were simply Ares and Aphrodite, two souls entwined in a dance of passion, defiance, and an inescapable fate. The shadows loomed, but we embraced the storm, letting it rage around us, knowing it could never extinguish the flame we had ignited. And so, we stood, heartbeats echoing against the chaos, ready to face whatever storms awaited us. Thunder rumbled across the sky, a low, ominous growl that echoed the turmoil inside Hephaestus. He stood in the shadows of his forge, the air thick with the scent of molten metal and the weight of betrayal pressing down on him like a leaden cloak. Each spark from the fire felt like a heartbeat, rapid, insistent, an unending pulse of rage and despair. The rhythmic clang of hammer against anvil was the only sound, but even that felt like a taunt, a reminder of all he could build, and all he had lost. I remember the moment the truth seeped through the cracks of my heart, devastating and cruel. I stared at the lifeless metal before me, a half-forged sword, its form elegant yet incomplete. The irony was sharp, like the blade I couldn't finish, my marriage was broken, its edges jagged and raw. In the corner of my mind, I saw them, Aphrodite and Ares, lovers weaving their deceit under the very roof I had built with my hands. Each whisper of laughter echoed, haunting me as if the walls themselves conspired against my trust. Bold of you to think loyalty has a place in love. The words of my mother drifted into memory, but she had never known this agony. Her love stories were threaded with the stabilizing force of duty, while my heart was unanchored, adrift in a tempest of jealousy. I could feel the shadows creeping in, wrapping around my thoughts, squeezing until it hurt to breathe. I grasped the hammer tighter, knuckles white, as if it could crush the betrayal like it crushed iron. The forge was my sanctuary, but now it felt like a tomb, the embers flickering weakly in the dark. I had poured my soul into my creations, But what good were they if the one I adored was entwined with another? I could picture Aphrodite's radiant smile, her laughter like a melody I longed to hear, now twisted and distorted by the knowledge of her infidelity. The memory clawed at me, a spectre haunting my every thought. A knock shattered the silence, a fragile sound that cut through my anger. I turned, heart racing, to find my friend, the ever-bumbling but well-meaning Dionysus, standing awkwardly in the doorway. His eyes darted around, an uncharacteristic nervousness enveloping him like a cloak. "Have you heard?" he asked, breathless with excitement. "It's all over Olympus. The gods are buzzing like bees about Ares and Aphrodite." "Don't," I snapped, the word sharp as glass. "Don't say their names." The bitterness coiled in my throat, and I felt the heat of shame creep up my neck. Dionysus took a step back, the color draining from his face. I could see he wanted to comfort me, but what could he offer? A drink? A distraction? None of that could mend the rift that had formed in my heart. "Look, Hephaestus," he faltered, eyes wide. I didn't mean to. Every whisper, every laugh, every glance they share is a dagger. I felt the words rip from my throat, raw and unfiltered. "You don't understand." The metal of my heart twisted further, each turn a painful reminder of my isolation. I heard the mocking laughter of the gods in my ears, their voices an echoing chorus of betrayal, the weight of their indifference suffocating. The forge seemed to pulse around me, shadows growing longer, darker. I could see it, the scene playing out like a grotesque pantomime. I could picture Ares, with his smug grin, wrapping his arms around her, their bodies perfect in their betrayal. I wanted to shatter everything, the forge, the memories, the very fabric of their happiness. I wanted to craft a weapon, to forge something that could pierce their bliss like they had pierced my heart. "Please, just think," Dionysus whispered, his voice trembling. "Violence isn't the answer. You're better than this." I saw the concern in his eyes, but it felt like a distant star, shining brightly yet impossibly far away. "Better?" I spat, my voice laced with venom. What good is being better when the gods themselves conspire against you? When love, a concept I poured everything into, turns to ash. The fire crackled angrily, as if mirroring the tempest inside me, shadows dancing like phantoms on the walls, mocking my despair. I could hear the whispers growing louder, the clatter of gossip swirling like a tempest around Olympus. "He's broken," they would say. "He's a fool." And maybe they were right. I felt the weight of their judgment, and it crushed me under its enormity. Every memory of Aphrodite drifted through my mind like smoke, beautiful, intoxicating, but ultimately fleeting. I remember her laughter like the trill of a lark, and yet now it felt like a funeral dirge. Each image of her, every moment I believed we shared, became a ghost in the dark, haunting, flickering, ephemeral. Dionysus stepped closer, desperation etched on his face. "You have to confront them. You have to face her. This isn't you. You're not a monster." The word hit me, a blade slicing through the haze of fury. Monster. Had I become the very thing I loathed? I didn't know who I was anymore. What would you know of monsters? I snarled, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "You see the world through roses and wine, but I see the shadows." The flames erupted, a burst of heat and light, and in that moment, I realized my anger was a fire consuming me from within. As Dionysus stepped back, I felt the heat of realization wash over me. I was standing on the precipice of something dark and powerful, and I could either step back into the safety of my forge or leap into the chaos that awaited. I looked down at the unfinished sword, its surface gleaming dully in the flickering light. Maybe I could forge my own destiny, wield it as a weapon against the betrayal that cut deep into my flesh. And then, through the haze of despair, I made my decision. I would confront them. I would face the lies, the mockery, and the pain that had become my constant companions. The confrontation would shatter the silence, echo through Olympus, but perhaps, just perhaps, it would forge something new from the ashes of my broken heart. The shadows darkened, and I felt the world shift beneath me, a tectonic rumble signaling an inevitable clash. The path ahead was uncertain, paved with heartbreak and fury, but for the first time in what felt like eternity, I realized I was still alive. And I would let the flames of my anger forge me anew, whether it led to redemption or ruin. The night stretched before me, vast and ungraspable, a clock ticking ominously in the distance, each heartbeat marking time until I faced them. Thunder rolled across the sky, echoing through the cavernous workshop of Hephaestus like a warning bell. The flickering flames danced in wild abandon, their orange tongues licking at the shadows that clung to the stone walls. I stood there, heart racing, sweat trickling down my back, the air heavy with the metallic scent of heated iron. It was chaos inside me, a storm brewing, pain, rage, and the bitter taste of betrayal swirling like tempestuous seas. This was the moment I would remember. I would carry it forever, the moment when everything changed. Hephaestus was hunched over his anvil, his hammer striking the metal with a rhythmic intensity that seemed to drown out the thunder. Each blow was a thunderclap, a brutal reminder of the world outside, a world that had forsaken him. I should have known, he muttered, his voice raw with emotion. I should have seen it coming. Each word shattered into the air like glass, sharp and dangerous. His eyes flickered, and in that fleeting moment, they held a spark of something darker, vengeance. And then there was me, standing still as a statue, caught between his fury and my own despair. I was the ghost of what once was an echo of laughter that had long since faded. I was the love he had lost, the warmth of his heart frozen in the ice of betrayal. I remember the nights we spent dreaming of a life beyond the forge, where light could pierce through the darkness. But those dreams had turned to ash, smothered by the weight of reality. What had happened to us? We had built a life, stacked each day like bricks in a wall. But now it all felt like a cruel joke. Every promise whispered felt like a noose tightening around my throat. My breath hitched. Could he sense my fear? Help me, I pleaded, voice trembling. We have to stop this madness. His gaze flicked to me, a flash of recognition behind those molten eyes. Madness? He laughed, a bitter sound that sliced through the room. Madness is what they've inflicted upon me. I'm simply giving them a taste of their own. The trap was set, and I felt the icy tendrils of dread wrap around my heart. What Hephaestus proposed was no mere vengeance, it was a cacophony of destruction, a symphony of chaos that would pull everyone into its dark embrace. The thought sent shivers down my spine. I turned to the shadows, the figure lurking there was a spectre from my past, a haunting reminder of the choices that had led us here. Ares, the god of war, stood apart, his presence heavy with unspoken tension. He had always been the reckless spark, the one who ignited flames in others. But now, his smirk felt like a knife twisted in my gut. You're too late, sweetheart, he taunted, stepping closer, his armor glimmering ominously in the firelight. Hephaestus has chosen his path, and it's one that leads to glory. Or ruin, I shot back, my voice firm yet quaking. Ares's laughter danced in the air like poison. You think you can save him? This is what he's always wanted, a chance to show the world that he is not to be trifled with. I remember how my heart raced with fear and anger, a wild stallion rearing back, refusing to be tamed. I clutched my chest, wishing I could rip out the pain that gripped my soul. The air crackled with energy, like before a storm. I felt alive and yet, utterly powerless. Hephaestus's hammer fell silent. And what do you think you can do to stop me? His voice dropped, soft but filled with a fury that chilled my blood. The shadows licked at his feet like a hungry beast, anticipating the carnage to come. I will not stand by while you destroy everything we've built. The trap you set will ensnare you too. He stepped forward, eyes blazing with passion. You think I care about that? They laughed at the crippled god, mocked my very existence. I will show them my worth. I will make them tremble. Tension hung in the air, thick as smoke, and I felt it wrapping around my throat, suffocating me. Memories flooded back, laughter echoing in the corners of my mind, baking bread together, the warmth of shared secrets under the stars. But those memories were stained now, marred by the reality of our existence. Ares watched with cruel delight, his smile widening as if my pain was the sweetest nectar. He's right, you know. You could have been part of something grand. Now you only serve as a tragic reminder of what he can't have. My heart squeezed, and I fought against the tears threatening to spill. Hephaestus, listen to me. This won't change how they see you. You won't find solace in vengeance. But the spark of rage had ignited into a full-blown inferno. Enough, he roared, and the ground trembled beneath our feet. I felt fear wash over me, hot and suffocating. You know nothing of what I've suffered. You're just a ghost, a fleeting memory. If I must build a kingdom from the ashes of betrayal, then so be it. With those final words, he turned back to his forge, hammer gripped like a weapon, ready to unleash his wrath. And I stood there, caught in the whirlwind of emotions, love, despair, anger, and a fierce determination that burned like the fire before me. I remember the moment the clock struck 12. A deafening silence fell over the workshop, the world outside holding its breath. The shadows lengthened, sinister and foreboding, as if the very cosmos conspired against me. In that heartbeat, everything was set in motion. The trap was laid, the players in place, and the stage was ready. And I, an unwilling participant, found myself watching, powerless, as the storm brewed around us, ready to unleash its fury upon the world. The cacophony of emotions roared within, and I knew this was no longer just about revenge. It was about survival, love, and the haunting question that would linger long after the flames had died down: what price were we willing to pay to reclaim our lives? The clock ticked mercilessly, its sound echoing in the dimly lit chamber like a death knell. Each tick held weight, a reminder of impending disaster. Outside, the city pulsed with life, oblivious to the darkness coiling within these ancient walls. I could feel it, the crackling energy thick like fog, wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with every breath. In this moment, everything hinged on the fragile thread of trust. I stood there, heart racing, staring into the eyes of Marcus, a man who had once been my closest ally, now transformed into a storm I couldn't navigate. His face was a mask of rage and betrayal, shadows playing tricks beneath his brow, twisting his features into something unrecognizable. I remembered laughter shared over tankards of ale, the warmth of camaraderie. Now that warmth was a distant memory, replaced by a cold dread that seeped into my bones. "Did you think I wouldn't find out?" he spat, each word laced with venom. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him back from the edge, back to the days when we were brothers in arms fighting against the world, not enemies standing on opposite sides of an abyss. But would he let me? I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of pain followed by a steely resolve to shatter everything we'd built. "No," I managed, my voice trembling. "I didn't think you'd betray me." And there it was, the heart of the matter, the insidious nature of deception, like a serpent slithering through the grass, hiding in plain sight. This was not just a game of loyalty, it was a game of souls. The stakes were so much higher than I had ever imagined. Across the chamber, Cassandra watched, silent and still, her presence as heavy as the shadows around us. She was the reason for this fracture, yet also an innocent casualty in this twisted play. Her eyes, usually bright with mischief, were now pools of sorrow, reflecting the chaos swirling around us. I could see her fingers tremble against her side, a subtle reminder of her own guilt, her own secrets itching to break free. "Cassandra, please," I called to her, desperation clutching at my throat. "You don't have to choose a side." Yet, as I spoke, I felt the weight of the lie hang between us, a chasm too wide to bridge. She had known, had been complicit in a deception so profound it twisted my stomach. In my heart, I could hear the echoes of our shared laughter, the whispers beneath the stars, and it was all unraveling, one betrayal at a time. Marcus stepped closer, fists clenched, his breath ragged with anger. "What did you promise her? Did you think I wouldn't see? You're a fool for thinking you could hide this." The accusation stung, igniting a fire within me, a primal urge to defend the truth, a truth that lay tangled in half-words and unspoken fears. "You don't understand," I shouted, the words erupting from my throat like a wild beast. "I was trying to protect you." But as the words left my lips, I felt them wither in the air, a fragile offer lost in the storm. The room held its breath, and time stretched thin, a delicate web about to snap. The night outside raged on, the distant sounds of revelry clashing against our silence, a cruel reminder that the world continued to spin, oblivious to our unraveling. Cassandra turned, her eyes pleading for understanding. "You don't know what it's like, Marcus," she whispered, her voice laced with a sorrow that threatened to drown us all. "To live in the shadows, to wear a mask every day. I thought I was strong enough to bear it alone, but I'm not." Her admission hung in the air, a raw nerve exposed. I could feel the weight of her vulnerability, the weight of our shared humanity, and it was both beautiful and horrifying. "You didn't have to bear it alone," I murmured, stepping toward her. "We could have fought it together." But Marcus's eyes were ablaze with fury, a tempest ready to unleash its wrath. "You're both pathetic," he hissed. "You think love can save you? Love is a weapon, a tool for the weak. Look where it's brought you, nothing but pain and lies." And there it was, the truth cloaked in bitterness. Love, so often romanticized, was a double-edged sword, cutting deeply, leaving scars that never truly healed. I felt the sting of his words, the resonance of every broken promise hanging in the air like a specter. It was a bitter pill to swallow, one that felt lodged in my throat, suffocating me. As the confrontation escalated, shadows clung to us, whispering doubts and fears. I could almost hear the echoes of our past, haunting melodies of joy now twisted by betrayal. Every laugh, every shared moment felt tainted, poisoned by the choices we had made. I closed my eyes, willing the memories to dissolve, but they clung to me like ghosts, their fingers icy against my skin. "Enough!" I shouted, my voice ringing with desperation, cutting through the tension like a knife. I didn't want to fight, I wanted to heal. I wanted us to be whole again. This ends now. We can still find a way through this, together. But deep down, I knew, the powerful nature of deception had ensnared us all, and there was no easy way out. The choices we made rippled through our souls, twisting everything in their path. In that moment, surrounded by the ghosts of our past, I realized the divine game had only just begun. The city outside, bathed in a glow of street lamps and distant laughter, stood oblivious, while inside, we were caught in a tempest of our own making. The air crackled with unspoken truths, and as I looked into Marcus's eyes, I felt the ghost of 1,000 possibilities flickering between us, a tantalizing dance of fate and folly. Time stretched, warped, and for a fleeting heartbeat, hope brushed against despair. But hope is a fragile thing, and as the shadows loomed larger, I couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. Everything I held dear hung in the balance, and with every tick of the clock, the divine game unfolded, a relentless tide threatening to pull us under. I remember, I thought, and the echoes of our choices whispered back, swirling in a darkness that threatened to consume us all. The game had begun, and there was no turning back. The clock struck midnight, and the city lay draped in a shroud of breathless silence, a world suspended between dreams and nightmares. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets, flickering in and out of existence like souls searching for their way home. Somewhere, thunder rumbled, a distant warning, as Elena stood beneath the heavy boughs of an ancient oak, her heart pounding in sync with the storm brewing inside her. She was wrapped in a fog of desperation, the kind that twists your stomach and makes your mind race with possibilities. I remember the first time I saw him, she whispered to the shadow around her, voice trembling in the damp air. He stood there, all rugged lines and that crooked smile, like he owned the world. But he didn't own her heart. Not yet. And tonight, the stakes were sky high, the risks too great to ignore. Her phone buzzed violently in her pocket, a jarring reminder of the chaos waiting on the other side of the line. Anton! The man she loved like a fever dream, full of warmth and danger, a cosmic collision of Venus and Mars. Their love had eclipsed reason, ignited a wild inferno, but now it threatened to consume them whole. "I can't do this," she murmured, the words strangled in her throat. The wind howled, carrying with it echoes of laughter, of promises whispered under starlit skies. Memories rolled over her like waves, sun-kissed afternoons in the park, stolen kisses in the rain. But love, that fickle beast, was also a battlefield. Each moment of joy was shadowed by fear, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable fallout. The phone buzzed again, and this time she couldn't ignore it. She swiped the screen, her hand shaking, breath hitching. A single message. Meet me at the old pier. Midnight. A ghost of a smile danced on her lips, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. The old pier was their refuge, a place soaked in their history, yet tonight it felt more like a trap than a sanctuary. Why is it always midnight? She asked the abyss, and the abyss, as always, stared back, cold and unyielding. She started walking, feet tracing the familiar path, but the city had transformed into a labyrinth of shadows, each step echoing her uncertainty. The air was thick with anticipation, electric. She thought of Anton with every heartbeat, the way he laughed like he had the universe tucked into his back pocket. But there was darkness too, the secrets he kept, the lies that glimmered like knives in the moonlight. Why can't love be easy, she breathed, but love, she realized, was never meant to be easy. It was chaos wrapped in the guise of beauty, a storm churned from stardust and heartbreak. At the pier, the wooden planks creaked underfoot, each sound reverberating through her very soul. She saw him standing there, his silhouette sharp against the night sky, the man who had stolen her breath and turned her world upside down. The lanterns flickered like stars, illuminating the space between them, and Anton turned, his eyes catching the light, a lighthouse in the tempest. Elena, he breathed, voice raw, laced with emotions they both struggled to contain. She wanted to run into his arms, to drown in the warmth of his embrace, but there was a war raging within her, a battle between love and fear. Why didn't you tell me the truth? She shot back, words laced with pain. Why do we keep dancing around each other, pretending everything is fine? I was protecting you. His voice cracked, vulnerability spilling into the air. I thought if I just held on long enough, it would all work out. But the world is bigger than us, and you're scared, she finished for him, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. Scared of what we could lose. The ocean roared below them, waves crashing against the rocks like the turbulent emotion swirling between them. Love isn't supposed to feel like this, Anton said, his eyes searching hers, the desperation palpable. It's supposed to be freeing, not a noose around our throats. Maybe love is both, she whispered, feeling the weight of his gaze, and the distance between them felt like an abyss. Maybe it's the beautiful chaos we can't escape. Their shared silence was heavy, thick with unsaid words and unresolved feelings. Time itself seemed to pause, the stars holding their breath as they stared into each other's souls, searching for anchors in the storm. I remember every moment with you, every heartbeat that echoed through my bones, he confessed, stepping closer, the warmth radiating like a sun trying to break through the clouds. But I can't bear the thought of losing you. I can't bear it either, she replied, tears shimmering in her eyes, raw and unfiltered. But it feels like we're fighting against the universe. What if we're not meant to be? But what if we are, he pressed, desperation lacing his voice as he brushed a finger against her cheek, a touch igniting the air between them. What if love conquers all? But even in that moment, as the waves crashed beneath the pier, a dark whisper lingered, a reminder that love, like life, is a tempest riddled with uncertainty. The wind howled louder, and the clouds swirled ominously above them, a turbulent reminder that fate was not something they could control. Elena, he began, voice trembling as he searched for the words, but the moment hung suspended, like a pendulum oscillating between hope and despair. They stood on the precipice of everything they wanted, teetering on the edge of their own desires and fears. In that instant, she saw it, the wild, reckless abandon of love that pushed against the very fabric of the universe, the promise that perhaps, against all odds, they could forge a path through the chaos. But as she moved to bridge the space between them, the wind shifted, the storm brewing, and she could feel it, an ominous premonition that love, no matter how fierce, could just as easily be a double-edged sword. And as they stood together, hearts racing, worlds swirling around them, she realized that love was not just about conquering, it was about navigating the shadows, embracing the fear, and daring to hope amidst the chaos of it all. In those charged moments, they were caught between the stars and the shadows, a collision of desire and dread, a question hanging heavily in the air: did love truly conquer all? The answer, elusive as the night, lingered as they leaned in, breath mingling, hearts thundering, ready to plunge into the unknown. The moon hung low, a silver dagger poised against an ink-black sky, as Ars crouched behind the jagged rocks, his breath ragged, echoing in the stillness like a battle cry long forgotten. Each heartbeat pulsed with the weight of impending conflict, the air thick with tension, a promise of chaos that hung heavily over the landscape. Shadows danced around him, whispering secrets of war, of blood spilled for glory, and yet, there she was, a figure draped in mystery, gliding through the trees like a haunting melody. Aphrodite. The embodiment of beauty, yet tonight, she wore a mask of deception. Her laughter, soft and enigmatic, rang like chimes caught in a storm. She was every bit the siren, and Ares, the soldier torn between his thirst for conquest and the bewildering allure of her presence. He watched as she wove through the underbrush, unaware of the chaos that brewed just beyond the veil of her innocent facade. I remember the first time I saw her, he thought, the memory flooding back with the ferocity of a battle charge. A sun-drenched day, laughter spilling through the air like honey, and there she was, golden and radiant, igniting a war in his heart that no enemy could ever provoke. But this was different. This was shadows and veils, an encounter stripped of the warmth of sunlight, replaced instead with the cold grip of night. Aphrodite stopped, her gaze piercing through the darkness. A shiver crawled down our spine. Did she feel him? Did she sense the storm brewing within, the duality of a god torn asunder? The moonlight caught the edges of her hair, a halo of silver that threatened to blind him, to drown him in longing. A whisper of doubt curled in his chest. Did she know he was here, stalking her like prey, or was she a mere phantom of his imagination, conjured by the very loneliness he wore like armor? "I'm not here to hurt you," he murmured, though no one was near to hear it, not that he cared. "Are you certain?" came a voice, rich and velvety, slicing through the air with the precision of a blade. Aphrodite stepped into the light, a vision of beauty robed in the guise of an ordinary traveler, her eyes glimmering with mischief. She held a dagger in her hand, not for him, but for the world. "Am I a target or a shield? You put me to the test, Ares." He stepped forward, each movement deliberate, as if rustling the air could summon the storm that awaited him. "You're both, aren't you?" She tilted her head, a smile teasing the corner of her mouth, a glimpse of the goddess beneath the mask. "And you're a fool if you think I won't cut you down before you can touch me." With every word, their past twisted around them, wrapping tight like a vine around a dying tree. He remembered their battles, her laughter ringing through the chaos, and the way she could turn bloodshed into something beautiful. But that beauty was a double-edged sword, it cut as deep as any spear, left wounds that festered in silence. The forest held its breath, the air charged with something electric. Ares felt it, the weight of what it meant to confront her now, the flicker of desire mixed with a dread so profound it threatened to swallow him whole. "I can't fight you," he whispered, as if admitting a sin. "Then what are you doing here?" Her voice echoed like thunder, and he could see the shadows flicker at her feet, the darkness inching closer, closing in like a noose. "Are you here to protect me, or to conquer me?" Ares clenched his fists, the tension within him coiling tighter, a serpent ready to strike. "You already know the answer, don't you?" The air crackled as he took another step closer, the distance between them a chasm filled with unspoken words and broken promises. "Do I?" Aphrodite countered, her gaze unwavering, as if she could unearth the truth buried deep within him. "You think you know yourself, but you cower behind that armor, afraid of the consequence of your own heart." The challenge ignited something primal in him. "And you, my goddess, hide behind beauty, but I see you. I see the shadows dancing in your soul, the fear that you could be cast aside." For a moment, time froze. The universe held its breath. Their eyes locked, an unholy connection flaring to life, raw and untamed. He was a warrior, trained to embrace pain, yet here he stood, vulnerable, exposed before her. She was everything he feared and everything he desired. "What do you want from me?" he demanded, the words thick with longing and desperation. "I want you to remember," she replied, and for the first time, something flickered behind her eyes, a ghost of the past, a shared memory that haunted them both. "I want you to see the truth of our chaos." The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of rain and the promise of a storm, echoing the turmoil raging within them. "What truth?" "The truth that we are but shadows in a world of light," she answered, her voice a haunting lullaby that tugged at the very fabric of his soul. "We are lost and found in every encounter, every battle, every choice we make." Ares stepped further into the shadows, feeling the weight of destiny close in around them, as if the cosmos conspired to trap them in this moment. Then let's not run from this. Let us confront the tempest that we are. Her smile faded, replaced by a seriousness that sent chills racing down his spine. You truly believe that, don't you? But storms don't just ravage, they destroy. Then let us be the storm. Together. I remember when love was a battlefield, she said softly, her words a gentle caress as she reached out, fingers brushing against his arm. But before their worlds could collide, before the tempest could unleash its fury, a distant cry shattered the air, the call of warriors, the sound of steel meeting steel. The inevitable war encroached upon them, threatening to pull them apart like the very heartstrings they had just dared to entwine. Remember, Aphrodite whispered, the urgency in her voice a stark reminder of their shared fate. In a world filled with shadows, love is the fiercest weapon we have. And just like that, the moment shattered, breaking against the weight of their reality, leaving them breathless, teetering on the edge of something profound and terrifying, yet beautifully inevitable. The darkness loomed, and the echoes of their hearts sang in unison, the tension stretching taut as they faced the onslaught of what was to come, knowing, somehow, it was only just the beginning. The forge roared like a wounded beast, its belly full of fire and molten metal. I stood at the precipice of chaos, the air thick with the scent of iron and sweat, heart hammering in my chest. The rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil pulsed through me, a dark symphony playing against the backdrop of muffled screams and the distant echo of collapsing dreams. It was all-consuming, intoxicating, this world where pain and creation birthed each other in a violent dance. I remember the moment the shadows shifted. Shadows didn't just linger here, they had form, they whispered secrets, and they carried the weight of souls lost in the furnace's glow. There was Callista, her face streaked with soot, her eyes reflecting the fire's fury. She was a warrior, a guardian of the forge's secrets, but also a ghost of her own making. The strength of her hands belied the fragility of her soul. She had once cradled the heart of Hephaestus himself, but here she was, grappling with the echo of betrayal, her lover's name, a mantra of resentment that clung to her tongue. "Are you ready to betray everything we fought for?" she spat, fury simmering in every word. The question pierced the air, heavy with the weight of her despair. In a world where loyalty was currency, her own heart had become a reckless gamble. I stood frozen, my own secret spiraling like smoke. My name was Eryx, and I had become a spy, the eyes and ears of the forge. But my double life felt like a noose tightening around my throat. The whispers I carried from the depths of the city, the plans, the treacheries, were no longer just information. They were heartbeats, the pulse of lives entwined with mine. I had betrayed Callista once, a slip of the tongue that had cost her so much. Would I do it again? The forge blazed, a hellish light spilling across the stone walls, illuminating the tremors of doubt that danced in my gut. I remember the heat, I murmured to myself, the heat that burned our past into a twisted memory. The flames licked at my resolve, daring me to choose between loyalty and the truth. Behind me, a low growl rumbled. Dorian, the master craftsman, was emerging from the shadows, his presence as ominous as the weight of the iron he forged. He was both a mentor and a monster, a man who had nurtured my talent while twisting it like a knife in Callista's back. I could see the flicker of recognition in his eyes as they met mine, a silent battle raging between us. Who would win when the stakes were high? "You think you can hide, Eryx?" His voice was gravel, scraping against the walls of my conscience. "You think you can just walk away?" The truth held me captive, he was right. I was ensnared, a marionette in a game orchestrated by hands far more powerful than mine. Callista's breath quickened, the pulse of her anger palpable. "What loyalty do you owe him?" she demanded, betrayal rolling off her tongue like poison. "What do you owe a man who crafts weapons for our enemies?" The flames flickered, casting her face in a harsh light, a reflection of the conflict we all bore. She was a warrior, yet I saw the cracks in her armor. She wanted to believe in love, in a world where we weren't just tools for the gods, but she was drowning in the truth, each heartbeat marked by the knowledge that loyalty could be as deadly as any blade. "I owe him nothing," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "But I fear his reach, Callista. He knows everything." A coward's excuse, she shot back, the fire of her spirit igniting something in me, pushing against the boundaries of my fear. Her hands balled into fists, the veins in her arms standing out like the shadows of the past. The weight of my indecision crushed me as I stood between her and Dorian, two sides of a coin I had flipped 1,000 times, and now it felt like the fates were laughing at my folly. But the tension snapped like a bowstring, and in an instant, the forge erupted into chaos. Dorian lunged forward, his hammer raised high, and I leapt into the fray, adrenaline surging through my veins. I gripped Callista's arm, pulling her back just as the steel sang through the air, cleaving reality into fragments. I remember the chaos, the fire reflecting in her eyes, the fear mingling with resolve as we fought side by side against the shadows that threatened to engulf us. Each swing of the hammer rang out like a death knell, every clang a reminder of our desperation. The forge was alive, the air vibrating with the pulse of our emotions, fear, rage, sorrow, a maelstrom of passion that threatened to consume us whole. But even in the chaos, there were moments of clarity. Time stretched and twisted, each second an eternity as I caught glimpses of Dorian's resolve, of the man he once was, before ambition had turned him into a tyrant. And then there was Callista, glowing with a fierce light, a phoenix rising from the ashes of her betrayal. Together, she shouted, and with those words, we bound ourselves to the moment, to the fire, to the forge. I felt her strength flow through me, a current that ignited my own spirit, and in that fleeting heartbeat, I understood. This wasn't just about survival, it was about reclaiming our lives from the shadows that sought to bind us. In the forged cacophony, we were not just pawns in a game. We were the flame, the spark, the chaos itself. But the confrontation had only just begun. As the embers glowed, a shift in the air caught my breath, a whisper of something deeper, something darker lurking just beyond the reach of the flames. Time suspended, and we stood on the edge of a precipice, hearts racing, souls entwined, ready to face whatever horror awaited us in the depths of the forge. The sky above Olympus crackled like a heart poised to shatter. Thunder rolled, a booming echo of divine anger that rattled even the most steadfast of the gods. The air thickened with electricity, and the scent of rain loomed, heavy and suffocating. I stood there, a ghost among titans, the silence of the gathering pressing down like a lead weight on my chest. I felt it then, a tremor in my very soul, a whisper of foreboding. Today, everything changes, I thought, my heart racing like a caged bird desperate for freedom. Zeus, the king of lightning and thunder, stood at the center of the golden hall, his eyes aflame with fury and uncertainty. They flickered like candle flames caught in a tempest. His brow knitted in a mix of rage and sorrow, he was a titan caught between the agony of his decisions and the weight of his responsibilities. I could see it in the tautness of his jaw, the way his fists clenched, each muscle a coiled spring ready to unleash chaos. "Do not speak to them, Zeus," hissed Hera, her voice a silken dagger. She was fierce, a lioness guarding her territory, yet within her brow furrowed a painful history, betrayals carved into her heart like ancient runes. I remembered the stories, tales of jealousy and power plays, the unending tug-of-war that defined their union. "This is not a time for your bluster." Her eyes darted to the shadows, where the other gods lurked, cloaked in uncertainty. The very air around us trembled with the electric tension of their unspoken grievances. I stood next to Poseidon, his tempestuous spirit mirrored in the shifting currents of his aura. He was a stormy sea, restless and unpredictable. I could feel the waves of his inner turmoil crashing against the shore of his composure. "They will not hear reason," he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice a low growl that reverberated through the marble columns of Olympus. "We have pushed too far this time." The conflict brewed within him like a brewing storm, and I realized he was terrified, a fear that cut deeper than any weapon. "Always so dramatic," Athena interjected, her gaze sharp as a falcon's, assessing the room like a chessboard. "Fear has no place among us. We are gods." Yet I could see the doubt in her eyes, the flicker of vulnerability that she buried beneath layers of wisdom and strength. The memories of fallen cities, of mortal souls lost to war, haunted her. Each victory was a ghost, a reminder of what price we paid for power. I felt the weight of those memories, too. They wrapped around me like shadows, tightening their grip with each breath. I remember the echoes of laughter from long-lost friends, the warmth of a sun that now felt distant and cold. I remember the silence that followed their screams, the shadows that danced in the corners of my mind. We were gods, yes, but the burden of mortality clung to us, a shroud that refused to lift. The gods gathered closer, a constellation of divine fury and betrayal. They were warriors, poets, and artists, each a universe of pain and ambition. I watched as Athena's hand gripped her spear, knuckles white, as if she could pierce the veil of deceit that surrounded us. "We cannot allow the mortals to defy us," she declared, her voice rising above the thunder. "They must understand our power." Power! The word dripped with irony, a bitter taste lingering on my tongue. The mortals, those fragile beings, lived their lives in the blink of an eye while we danced through the eons. Their struggles were a tempest, and we were the storm, yet here, surrounded by gods, the real tempest raged within us, a cyclone of fear and regret. I could see it reflected in their eyes, the flickering doubt that threatened to consume them whole. "Then let us remind them," Zeus thundered, his voice a cacophony of wrath. "Let them know the true meaning of our power." The hall shook with his declaration, the very stones vibrating with fear. For a moment, I felt a rush of adrenaline, a spark of excitement, but it faded as quickly as it came, leaving only the oppressive weight of impending doom. I glanced at Poseidon, his gaze flickering to the sea beyond the marble walls. He was not just a god, he was a father, a protector, and the anguish in his eyes mirrored my own. "What price will we pay?" I whispered, my voice barely breaking the storm that raged around us. His gaze met mine, a silent understanding passing between us. The sacrifices we made were the threads that wove our existence, binding us in a tapestry of shared pain. Perhaps we were not so different from the mortals after all, a dance of shadows on the edge of oblivion. The atmosphere thickened, a curtain of tension hanging heavy, as if the world itself held its breath. In that stillness, I felt the weight of choices yet to be made, of futures hanging precariously in the balance. The clock ticked, each second a reminder of the inevitability of our actions. Every heartbeat echoed through the hall, a countdown to the storm that would either unite us or shatter us into fragments. And then I remembered. I remembered the laughter that rang through the halls of Olympus, the moments of joy that felt so distant now. "We can find a way," I murmured to myself, desperate to cling to hope. There must be another path. But each word faded into the storm, lost amidst the cacophony of divine conflict. The shadows loomed larger, darker, as the tension reached its peak. Each god stood poised for battle, caught in the tumult of their own fears and desires. The air crackled with desperation, the promise of destruction looming just beyond the horizon. With a sudden, deafening roar, Zeus raised his hand, the skies above boiling with fury. "Enough! We shall decide our fate here and now." As the thunder cracked and the lightning split the sky, I could feel our shared heartbeat echoing through the air, a singular pulse of ancient power and grief. It was a moment suspended in time, a fragile breath before the storm. I knew then, standing on the precipice of calamity, that the gathering of gods was more than a meeting, it was a reckoning. And in that moment, we were all caught between despair and hope, between wrath and forgiveness, between the past we could not escape and the future we dared to envision. With every heartbeat, the storm within us mirrored the storm above, fierce and wild, as the gods prepared to clash in a battle that would reshape existence itself. The air crackled with tension, a heavy anticipation that twisted around Aphrodite like the serpents of Medusa, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. Her fingers trembled, brushing against the cool marble of the temple's altar, its coldness seeping into her skin, battling the heat of her rising panic. Somewhere beyond the sacred walls, a storm raged, not just in the sky but within her heart, churning emotions that were both terrifying and intoxicating. She had summoned love, but what had become her gift was now her curse. "Why can't I control it?" she whispered, the words slipping through her lips like a confession, a prayer wrapped in doubt. The very essence of love had woven itself into her being, a tapestry filled with delights and despair. The images flooded her mind, lovers entwined in the moonlight, joy sparkling in their eyes, only to morph into the agony of betrayal and loss. She was the architect, yet the foundation was crumbling beneath her feet, and she felt the weight of every broken heart. Across the dimly lit hall, Adonis stood, his face a mask of struggle. He was a warrior, a god of beauty and strength, but tonight, his handsome features were marred by uncertainty. He paced like a caged lion, muscles taut, his breath heavy, each inhale filled with the scent of fear and longing. Aphrodite watched him, her heart a pendulum swinging between love and despair. "You don't have to do this," she said, though her voice was the feather-light touch of a moth's wing against the tempest of their emotions. "It's not about what I want," he replied, his eyes blazing with an intensity that both thrilled and terrified her. "It's about what I must do." He paused, agony etched in the lines of his brow. "I can't be the man you want me to be. I can't wear your love-like armor against the world." There it was. The dagger thrust into her chest, twisting, pulling at the threads of her heart. Adonis's pain mingled with her own, an electrifying current that surged between them, a reminder of the beauty and the horror they both faced. She remembered their first meeting, the way he had laughed, the way the sun had caught his hair and turned him into a god. But now, that laughter felt like an echo from a distant world, a memory tainted by the shadow of impending loss. "Love is a battlefield," she murmured, a bitter smile creeping onto her lips as she clutched her chest, feeling the pulse of an ancient truth. It was ironic, wasn't it? To be the goddess of love and yet to feel so profoundly unloved. "And I am the one wielding the sword." Each word was a shard of glass, cutting deeper into the fabric of her soul. "Then why do you wield it so recklessly?" Adonis shot back, his voice a thunderclap against the fragile silence. "You think you can control it, but love isn't a puppet on strings. It's wild. It consumes. It destroys." The truth hung heavy in the air, a ghost that wouldn't be silent, each syllable an echo of his own hidden fears. Outside, the storm raged on, rain battering against the stone, a reminder of how love could whip the world into chaos. "I remember," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I remember when love was supposed to be light, when it lifted us above the darkness." Now, her voice faltered, the weight of her emotions threatening to pull her under. "Now it feels like a noose around my neck." Adonis stepped closer, his breath warm against her cheek, that comforting, familiar warmth now tainted with regret. "You're not alone, Aphrodite. We are entwined in this together." But there was a dissonance in his words, a hesitance that pierced her heart like a shard of ice. He was right, they were bound together, but the binding was a chain forged in sorrow, an anchor that threatened to drown them both. "Then why can't you fight for us?" She felt her voice rise, the desperation clawing its way up her throat. "Why are you so willing to walk away?" The question lingered in the air, sharp and unyielding. In his silence, she saw her answer reflected back, a world where love was both salvation and damnation. "I can't lose myself in you," he finally said, a confession wrapped in agony. "Every time I draw closer, I feel myself fading, and I don't know how to find my way back." His vulnerability was both a balm and a blade, cutting deep into her own fears. Aphrodite stepped back, the distance between them widening like a chasm filled with despair. Her heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing the chaos around them. "Then what do we do?" she asked, her voice breaking, cracking under the weight of uncertainty. "What happens when love becomes the very thing that destroys us?" In the trembling stillness, she could almost hear the clock ticking, counting down the seconds until they would have to make a choice. Each tick felt like a death knell, a reminder that time was slipping through their fingers like sand. "Maybe we can't choose," he said quietly, the strength draining from his voice. "Maybe we just exist in this moment until it's gone." She could feel the darkness creeping in, shadows dancing in the corners of her heart. "But what if loving you is the only thing that makes me feel alive?" The words spilled from her lips, raw and unpolished, a desperate plea for understanding. Adonis stepped forward, his gaze penetrating, searching her eyes for a flicker of hope. "Then let's not let it slip away," he whispered, but the words felt heavy, as if they were both standing on the edge of a precipice, staring into an abyss they could not comprehend. Outside, the storm began to abate, and in its wake, an eerie silence settled like a shroud around them. The world felt palpable, the air charged with possibilities that shimmered like distant stars. Aphrodite's heart raced, the emotion swirling within her, a tempest of joy and heartbreak, love and despair. They were bound in this emotional turmoil, and the truth loomed like an unspoken promise, a delicate thread weaving through their souls. As the shadows stretched across the stone, the confrontation loomed closer, the tension crackling like electricity in the air. She felt the weight of their shared existence, each moment both a treasure and a torment. Would they find the strength to embrace love, even in its darkest form, or would they be consumed by the very thing they cherished? In that moment, they stood together, two flawed souls caught in the throes of love, time slipping away like the last rays of sunlight. It was a feeling that would echo through eternity, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, the influence of love held the power to transform, if only they had the courage to face it head-on. The night was alive with echoes. The air thick with anticipation, crackling like dry leaves underfoot. Shadows twisted on the cobblestones, whispering promises of violence. Leonidas stood at the edge of the courtyard, heart racing, every beat hammering out a warning he couldn't afford to ignore. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the sweet, intoxicating thrill of impending chaos. The moon hung low, a ghostly observer, illuminating the world in stark contrasts, light and dark, hope and despair, life and inevitable death. He remembered the stories. War is a dance, they said. A beautiful, tragic ballet. But tonight, the music was a cacophony of clashing swords and cries of agony. And he was ready to join the performance. But was it glory he sought? Or just an escape from the suffocating silence of his own haunted thoughts? Memories of his mother's face drifted through his mind, her gentle smile replaced by a gaping void where warmth used to live. How could he reconcile her love with the monster he was becoming? Across the courtyard, Mara watched him, her heart a wild thing in her chest. She felt the weight of the air pressing down, a shroud of dread wrapping around her. Her fingers itched for the hilt of her dagger, the cool metal a reminder of the power she wielded. But power comes with a cost. She had learned that lesson too well. The faces of those she had lost haunted her dreams, their eyes hollow, mouths twisted in silent screams. "You will pay," they whispered. And she knew they were right. Ares, the god of war, loomed over them both in the shadows, his laughter a thunderous echo in the night. The taste of blood and iron lingered on his lips as he beckoned to them, a siren's call that stirred something deep inside. "Embrace it," he urged. "Let the fury consume you. Let it fracture your soul into a million beautiful shards." It was intoxicating, the promise of chaos. The thrill of combat feeding the darkest corners of their hearts. A seductive poison that pulled them closer to the edge. Leonidas took a step forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet. "I remember," he murmured, the weight of the past crashing over him like a tidal wave. "I remember the taste of victory, the high of bloodshed." Each word felt like a knife, cutting deeper into his own psyche. But what had he truly won? A crown of thorns and a heart filled with ashes. Mara stepped beside him, her presence a fierce flame against the cold night. "I remember," her voice trembled, raw and fierce like a storm breaking free. "I remember the laughter of friends before the shadows came." Tears pooled in her eyes, blurring the edges of the moment, each droplet a reminder of everything she had lost. But she couldn't let that drown her. She needed to wield her pain like a weapon, sharp and unyielding. "Tonight, we fight for their memory." The winds picked up, carrying the smell of smoke and fire, the stench of battle looming on the horizon. Leonidas clenched his fists, fighting against the memories that clawed at him. He could feel Ares pull, a magnetic force drawing him toward the chaos. "What are we willing to sacrifice?" he breathed, the question hanging heavy in the air. Was it worth losing themselves to the frenzy? The world around them blurred, the distant sounds of clashing steel and cries of anguish fading into a haunting melody. Time became an enemy, twisting and turning like a serpent, slipping through their fingers. "We are already lost," Mara replied, her voice fierce, a beacon in the dark. "But we can still choose how we die." And in that moment, it felt as if the very heavens had paused to listen, the cosmos holding its breath. The call to war surged through them like wildfire, igniting every ounce of adrenaline. They were two souls intertwined, bound by grief and fury, standing on the precipice of annihilation. Leonidas locked eyes with Mara, an unspoken promise passing between them. they would face the storm together or not at all. A's voice echoed, dark and seductive. Feel it. Let the rage flow through your veins. You are warriors. You are the storm. It was a mantra, a spell that wrapped around them, tightening its grip. The fear, the doubt, it began to dissolve into something primal, something sinister. They were not mere mortals, they were vessels of chaos, ready to unleash hell upon the world. And then, as if the universe had answered their unvoiced prayers, the first clash of swords rang out, shattering the silence like glass. The night erupted into violence, a symphony of anguish and ecstasy. Leonidas charged forward, heart pounding, each step pulling him deeper into the whirlwind. The adrenaline surged, his body moving on instinct, no room for hesitation. Mara followed, her spirit ablaze, fueled by the memories of those she must avenge. She felt alive in ways she hadn't in years, her pain transformed into a fiery resolve. They were warriors now, and in this moment, they were ready to embrace the chaos. But was it truly freedom they sought? Or merely a distraction from the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole? The question loomed, unanswered, as the tide of battle crashed over them, pulling them into its depths. Leonidas and Mara became shadows among shadows, dancing with death, lost in the music of war. They fought not just against their enemies, but against the ghosts that haunted them. Each swing of the sword, each gasp of breath, moments stretched into eternity, a fleeting hint of joy mingled with terror. And as the chaos enveloped them, the echoes of A's laughter faded into the distance, becoming one with the night. The call to war had transformed them, but at what cost? The answer lay waiting in the darkness, an insatiable hunger for conflict, as the line between salvation and damnation blurred into a haze. The battle raged on, and they were caught in its relentless embrace, two souls entwined in a dance with fate, forever changed, forever bound to the call of war. A single drop of sweat slid down the nape of Daniel's neck, a bead of warmth in the cold, damp air of the abandoned warehouse. Shadows loomed like specters, distorted shapes flickering against the peeling walls, and each breath he drew felt like a theft from a world that had long betrayed him. He heard it then, a faint clicking, a mechanical whisper, like a predator sharpening its teeth in the darkness. I remember, Sarah's voice echoed in his mind, stubborn and haunting. They'll never see it coming. Her laughter, a soft bell, bright yet laced with a tension he could never quite grasp, wrapped around him, suffocating. She had been the brilliant architect of the trap, the one who constructed their fate with the precision of a master craftsman. But in the shadows, people were the raw materials, and like any construction, it was bound to crumble, to fracture. Daniel's fingers brushed against the cold steel of the trap they had fashioned together, a grotesque marvel of design. It was supposed to be simple, a series of calculated moves, an elegant dance of deception. But now, it loomed before him, a monster of his own making. Would they be the dancers, or merely its next victims? The warehouse creaked around him, a living entity holding onto secrets, memories etched in the dust. He blinked, and in that fleeting moment, he saw Sarah again, eyes ablaze with wild ideas, hair a tempest of ambition. "We'll do it, Daniel. Build something beautiful out of chaos," she had said, her face lit by the soft glow of her dreams. But beauty has a way of warping, of turning sharp and jagged, like glass fused with fire. He felt her absence like a vacant space beside him, a chasm filled with guilt and regret, and the bitter taste of choices not made. "Do you hear that?" The sudden voice of Rob cut through the silence, pulling Daniel from his reverie. Rob, the one who had once been a friend but had become a ghost of their shared past. His eyes darted nervously, wild with paranoia, fear gnawing at the edges of his sanity. "It's too quiet." "They know," he hissed, glancing over his shoulder, as if the shadows were alive, lurking with malevolence. "I remember, the plans," Daniel whispered back, but the words felt hollow. The blueprint they had laid out in the dim light of a cramped apartment was now twisted into something monstrous. Rob's frantic energy was contagious, stirring a cyclone of dread in Daniel's chest. They had wanted power, respect, a chance to rise from the ashes. Now, they were mere pawns in a game where the stakes were life and death. Thunder rumbled in the distance, an angry beast awakening, and the air tasted of rain and fear. A shiver skated down Daniel's spine as he thought of the others, the ones who had believed in them, the ones whose trust was like fragile glass. They would be here soon, and he could almost hear the thud of their hearts merging with the relentless ticking of time, each second a reminder of the trap they had built. The trap itself was exquisite, a web of intricacies and deceptions, wires and switches, all concealed beneath layers of genius and madness. It promised salvation for some and damnation for others. Sarah designed it all, he muttered, almost to himself, a mantra to ward off the ghosts that haunted him. Each meticulously crafted component represented a choice, a consequence. She wanted it to be perfect. Perfect. Rob snorted, bitterness lacing his voice. Perfection is an illusion, Daniel. We're standing in front of a death sentence. His words hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. What if we're not the ones controlling this? What if we're just bait? A sharp inhalation jolted through Daniel, a reminder of the fragility of their plans. I remember, but he stopped short, the weight of that phrase pressing down like a vice, suffocating. The clock was ticking, and every heartbeat echoed with urgency, every breath a reminder of their impending doom. Suddenly, the warehouse doors creaked open, shattering the stillness. Figures poured in, shadows becoming flesh, but the moment felt surreal, dreamlike, as if they were caught in a sliver of time, frozen in a tableau of fear and anticipation. He saw their faces, familiar yet foreign, hope and betrayal flickering in their eyes. They were here, stepping into the snare he and Sarah had devised, each one unaware of the threads pulling tighter around their throats. Daniel! A voice cut through the chaos, a scream threaded with desperation. It was Emily, her face pale, a ghost of the vibrant woman she once was. You have to stop this. This isn't what we wanted. But what did they want? In that moment, amidst the looming shadows and rising tension, Daniel felt the weight of countless echoes, a cacophony of dreams and regrets, triumphs and failures. The trap was more than just a mechanism, it was a mirror reflecting their choices, their deepest fears, and the fragility of their humanity. I remember, he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. Time slipped away, and the trap, cold, unyielding, loomed larger than life. As the figures advanced, the tension thickened, a taut string ready to snap. Each second felt like a blade slicing through the fabric of reality. Daniel's heart raced, a drumbeat of impending confrontation. The first shout pierced the air, a clash of voices merging into a storm of chaos. Who was the hunter? Who was the prey? The lines blurred, a dance of shadows in a deadly ballet. Get out! Rob roared, desperation fueling his voice, but the words were lost in the maelstrom. Fear coiled in Daniel's gut as he faced the consequences of their actions, a reckoning crafted from ambition and desperation. And as the trap began to spring, snapping shut with an unforgiving finality, the world around them faded into a blur of chaos and emotion. Time stood still, each heartbeat echoing like a drum roll for the climax yet to come, each breath a whisper of fate. The shadows deepened, the air thick with anticipation. They were trapped in a moment that was just the beginning. The night was thick with tension, the air electric, crackling like a pre-storm sky. Shadows danced like phantoms against the walls, flickering under the weight of a silence so deep it hummed in my ears. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as if the world had paused to hold its breath, teetering on the edge of an abyss. Ares, the god of war, his armor glinting like ice in the moonlight, was across from me, eyes ablaze with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. His rage was palpable, a living thing, and I could feel it thrumming in the marrow of my bones. I remember the moment when I first saw him, not in his glory, but in his fury. It was like witnessing a storm gather on the horizon, dark clouds swirling, threatening to unleash chaos. He snarled something unintelligible, but I heard the tremor of pain beneath the bravado, the crack in his armor that laid bare a raw, vulnerable heart. We were standing at the precipice of something monumental, and my heart raced with fear and anticipation, a dangerous cocktail that urged me forward. Then there was me, Venus, a deity of love, beauty, and all things tender, struggling in the grip of despair. My heart, usually a beacon of light, felt heavy with sorrow, weighed down by the ruins of relationships, the ghosts of dreams deferred. I stood there, feeling small but determined, an unlikely warrior in a battle I hadn't asked to fight. Love had always felt like a gentle breeze, soft and warm, but now it roared like a tempest, and I was caught in its swirling madness. Ares, I whispered, my voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep tearing each other apart. The words hung in the air, heavy and laden with truth. I saw the flicker of something, regret? Shame, pass over his rugged features, and in that moment, I understood the complexity of our connection, the bitter sweetness that drew us together like moths to a flame. We were both broken, scarred by the battlefields of our existence, yet here we stood, bound by fate's twisted design. In his presence, I felt alive, but it was a dangerous kind of aliveness, igniting every nerve in my body. I could smell the metal of his bloodlaws, the scent of gunpowder, and it repulsed and intrigued me. The battlefield was not just a physical space, it was a landscape of emotions, a war of hearts. The world outside raged on, oblivious to our silent conflict, but inside, a tempest brewed, and I was the eye of the storm. Time slipped through my fingers, a relentless river, and all I could think was how cruel fate had been, twisting our paths into an entangled mess. I remember fleeting memories, fragments of laughter shared under the stars, the weight of his gaze, a lingering touch that left me breathless. There was a time when war was just a game, a diversion, but now? Now it felt like an echo of something profound, a haunting reminder of all we'd lost and all we might yet salvage. Ares, I said again, forcing the words through the tightness in my throat. We have to unite. We can't fight against each other anymore. My assertion hung in the air like a prayer, raw and trembling. I could see the gears turning in his mind, the conflict raging behind those fierce eyes, a tumult of desire and defiance, a need for connection battling with the instinct to destroy. But he shook his head, a warrior fueled by pride, unwilling to concede. You think love can conquer all? You think that beauty can quell the bloodlust that drives me? I am a god of war, Venus. The battlefield is my home, and I will not forsake it. His voice was a low growl, but beneath the bravado, I sensed the flicker of doubt. The ache in his chest mirrored my own, a longing for something more than the chaos we were steeped in. I'm not asking you to forsake anything, I countered, my voice steady despite the tremors of fear echoing through me. I'm asking you to stand beside me. We can forge an alliance, not just in name but in spirit. You can be more than just war. You can be love, too. The words spilled out, a desperate plea that resonated deep within me, a prayer for unity that felt both absurd and necessary. Ares faltered, just for a heartbeat, the iron mast slipping ever so slightly, revealing the hurt that lay beneath. His hands clenched at his sides, muscles taut and ready to strike, but I saw the flicker of hesitation. In that moment, we were two warriors, not just gods, caught in the crossfire of our own making. The shadows around us seemed to thicken, pulsing with the weight of our unspoken fears, memories swirling like ghosts around us. And then, in an instant, the air shifted. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and a distant roar echoed, as if the universe itself had paused to witness this fragile moment. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, the echoes of battles fought, the pain of losses endured. Time stretched and twisted, bending around us, and I realized this was the moment that would define us. Ares, I breathed, desperation lacing my voice. If we fight together, we can create something beautiful. Love can be a weapon, too. The passion in my voice felt like fire, igniting something deep within him. I saw it in the way his brows furrowed, the way his breath quickened. He was alive, the storm subsiding just enough to reveal the man beneath the armor. But the darkness loomed, a shadow that threatened to consume us both. Just as I thought he might relent, the shadows shifted again, whispers of betrayal curling around us like a serpent ready to strike. There were forces in play, larger than us, more powerful than our feeble attempts at connection. The air crackled with uncertainty, a dawning realization that this was only the beginning. The stakes were higher than either of us had imagined. I could feel the pulse of the cosmos, the weight of fate pressing down, and I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental, an alliance forged not just from necessity, but from a yearning so deep it could change the course of our existence. In that moment, as the shadows clawed at the edges of our resolve, I took a step closer, feeling the heat radiate from him, a magnetism that pulled us together despite the chaos. Together, I whispered, my heart racing, let's fight as one. And as the darkness surged forward, I knew the battle had only just begun. The air was electric, crackling with tension, as Hephaestus stood before them, the flickering torches casting a sinister glow across his face. Shadows danced, twisting and contorting like tortured souls. The steady rhythm of his hammer echoed in the cavernous forge, a heartbeat pulsing with intent. I could feel my breath hitch, caught somewhere between fear and the intoxicating thrill of the unknown. I remembered the stories, whispered around flickering fires, tales of betrayal woven with sparks and steel, but nothing prepared me for this moment. He was not just a blacksmith, he was a god, and the weight of his looming presence pressed down on us like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. And there we stood, Daphne, with her firebrand spirit, Marcus, the reluctant hero weighed down by his insecurities, and me, a mere observer, caught in the web of their unfolding drama, breathless with a mixture of dread and anticipation. Why? Daphne's voice cut through the charged atmosphere, sharp and clear. She stepped closer, her heart beating in defiance of the chaos swirling around us. Why now? Why reveal your plan? Her words hung in the air, fragile and tremoring, like a delicate glass ornament teetering on the verge of shattering. Hephaestus smiled, but there was no warmth in it, only steel and bitter iron. Because you need to see the truth. All of you. The way he spoke sent a shiver down my spine, the kind that crawls beneath your skin and makes you question every choice you've ever made. Marcus shifted, his hands trembling at his sides. I could see the conflict warring within him, the urge to flee battling against a fierce loyalty to Daphne. What truth? He managed, his voice barely above a whisper, swallowed by the darkness. What do you want from us? The god's laughter echoed, rich, cold, and unyielding, like the sound of metal striking metal. A reckoning. An awakening. He gestured toward the shadows, where machinery lay dormant, cloaked in dust and forgotten dreams. You've both been blinded by your own desires. It's time to cut through the illusions. I swallowed hard, my chest tightening. Memories crashed through me like waves, visions of laughter, of warmth, of dreams shared beneath the stars. But beneath it all, I sensed the cracks, the buried fears and unspoken truths. The weight of our choices loomed over us, threatening to crush the fragile bond we had forged. Daphne's determination flared. You think you can manipulate us like tools in your forge? Anger laced her words, a fire igniting in her hazel eyes. We're not pawns in your game, Hephaestus. We won't be used. But there was an undercurrent of doubt in her voice too, an echo of vulnerability that spoke of the very real stakes at play. She stepped back, her heart racing as if it could outrun the truth that loomed like a specter in the shadows. Then what will you do? Hephaestus challenged, his voice a low growl, resonating with the power of 1,000 forges. Run from your fears? Hide from your destinies. The room pulsed with an intensity that was almost palpable, a tangible force that pressed against our skin. Marcus finally found his voice, rising from the depths of his uncertainty. We're not afraid of the truth. But your version of it, it feels like a trap. His gaze flickered between Daphne and Hephaestus, a fragile thread of resolve binding him to both. You wield chaos like a weapon. But we can choose how to respond. The god tilted his head, a glimmer of something, admiration, passing across his face. That's the spirit. But know this, every choice carries a price, and you will pay it one way or another. The question is, will you pay it with courage, or with despair? The silence that followed was suffocating. I could hear the wild thump of my heart, the frantic whispers of my thoughts. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I caught the fleeting shadows of doubt flickering behind Daphne's eyes, the way Marcus shifted his weight, as if he was readying himself for an unseen force. And then it happened, a crash of thunder, a roar of flames igniting the forge in a blinding explosion of light. I was thrown back, my senses overwhelmed by the heat. When I blinked away the pain, I saw it, the dark brilliance of Hephaestus's plan laid bare before us. Machinery whirred to life, gears grinding with gritty defiance, a mechanized army awakening from its slumber, each piece a testament to his twisted vision. "Join me," he implored, the fervor in his voice rising to a fever pitch, "or be consumed by your indecision. The world is not black and white, it's forged in the gray between desires and realities. Embrace the darkness, and you will shine." Daphne stepped forward, caught between the undeniable allure of power and the raw, aching need for freedom. "What are we without each other? What is power if it's built on broken bonds?" Her voice trembled, but within it lay a fierce strength, a plea for connection that resonated through the chaos. I could feel the world shifting around us, the ground unsteady beneath my feet as the atmosphere thickened with possibility. The shadows whispered, and doubts clawed at my heart. Was this the moment when everything would change? Or were we standing on the precipice of our own destruction? The tension crackled like electricity, and the forge roared to life behind us, a tempest of creation and destruction. I held my breath, waiting, knowing that the next words could shatter everything or ignite a new beginning. And in that breathless pause, the weight of all our choices bore down on us, binding our fates together in a dance of uncertainty. The question hung heavy in the air, a ghost that refused to be exorcised. Would we dare to embrace the darkness and discover what lay beyond? Or would we retreat from the haunting spectre of our fears, forever haunted by the echoes of what could have been? The molten air crackled with tension, thick like the smoke rising from Hephaestus' forge, a twisted ballet of fire and iron. Ares stood at the precipice of the darkened abyss, his muscles coiled tight, a storm brewing in his chest. The ground beneath him trembled, as if aware of the impending chaos. The world whispered of blood, sweat, and the inevitable clash of titans. I remember that moment, that dreadful stillness before the storm. The silence curled around us like a snake, squeezing the breath from our lungs, suffocating hope. Hephaestus, the god of artisans, lingered in the shadows, a spectre of doubt and despair. His hands, scarred and marred from his craft, trembled as he held a hammer not just of iron, but of his heart. A weapon forged in pain, betrayal, and the desperate need to prove himself despite the scars that marred his flesh and soul. So many years spent in the dark, a twist of fate that left him crippled, both in body and spirit. He was a master of creation, yet now stood on the brink of destruction. I remember, he whispered into the encroaching darkness, voice barely a thread, the day you laughed, Ares. When you found joy in the chaos you birthed. His words hung like a noose, taunting, choking the air between them. What do you know of creation? What do you understand of pain? Ares, with eyes like molten gold, unleashed a laugh that echoed off the cavern walls, a sound that shattered the silence with the force of 1,000 battles. Pain? I thrive in it. It fuels me. You hide in your forge, crafting pretty trinkets while I dance with death. Each word was a hammer driving nails deeper into Hephaestus' heart. He felt the weight of his brother's scorn as surely as he felt the heat of the forge. The fire within him flickered, waning under the weight of Ares' words. It was a dance of shadows, one flickered in bold strokes, while the other lurked, cloaked in the agony of self-doubt. Crimson streaked the sky as twilight fell, the colors bleeding into one another like the memories of their childhood, hazy, beautiful, tainted with rivalry. The whispers of the past surged through Hephaestus' mind, haunting him with echoes of laughter, of shared moments turned sour. They had been brothers once, united in mischief, before fate carved them into opposing forces. I remember those days, Hephaestus murmured, a ghost of a smile fading. When we were inseparable. Before you chose war over love. Love? Ares spat, disdain etched across his face. Love is weakness, brother. It binds you, drags you down into the mire while I ascend on the wings of glory. The fury in his voice ignited the air, laced with the scent of iron and blood. You are a coward, hiding behind your creations. I am the storm. I am the rage that kills. But beneath that bravado, a flicker of fear ignited in Ares' core, the fear of being alone, of being irrelevant in a world that thrived on chaos. He was a god of war, yet the silence of his brother was a battlefield all its own. Hephaestus felt the pulse of his own inadequacies, those lashings of truth that cut deeper than any blade. You think you know strength, Ares. The words tumbled from his lips like molten metal, raw and fierce. Tell me, how does it feel to be a puppet of your own rage? To let the cosmos dictate your every breath? I am the one who shapes worlds. You destroy them. The earth seemed to echo his words, trembling beneath the weight of their confrontation, a living entity caught between two titans, neither willing to yield. Shadows danced ominously, carrying the weight of their wrath, swirling around them like the whispers of ancient spirits, urging them toward the inevitable collision. Ares stepped forward, the air thick with the scent of sulfur and sweat. His breath was a wildfire, igniting the very fabric of the night. I do not fear destruction. I am the reaper in the fields of battle, the hammer that shatters bones. And you? You're nothing but a shadow, hiding behind your forges. But as he spoke, Hephaestus could see the cracks in Ares' facade. The bravado masked a deeper pain, an unquenchable thirst for validation that had driven him into the arms of war. Ares was a beast, yes, but also a lost soul searching for something beyond glory. The world around them was a ticking clock, each moment spiraling into the next, leading them toward an inevitable confrontation, not just of bodies, but of souls, raw and exposed. The winds howled, and the sky rippled with the promise of violence. I will show you, brother, Hephaestus growled, voice low and steady, what true strength looks like. The hammer in his hand was not merely an object, it was a symbol, a promise that he could rise from the ashes of their rivalry, even if it meant facing Ares in the crucible of war. And then it happened, a moment suspended in time, the clash of wills erupting like a volcano, fierce and unrelenting. The forge ignited with a brilliance that blinded the senses, a radiance born of creation and destruction entwined. They stood on the brink, two gods, brothers, enemies, facing the abyss of their own making, a cacophony of emotions echoing like thunder. I remember the air vibrating with tension, the raw intensity of their storm, and the realization that this was not merely a battle of gods, it was a collision of hearts, a reckoning of past sins, and the darkness that lay between them like an unbridgeable chasm. As they drew closer, the universe quaked with anticipation, their destinies entwined in an endless spiral, a loop of conflict, emotion, and the haunting possibility of redemption just out of reach. The room was empty, save for a flickering candle that cast dancing shadows across the stone walls, each pulse of light revealing the weight of silence. A single drop of sweat traced a path down my temple, its journey a reminder of the tension hanging in the air, like the heavy scent of impending rain. My heart thudded in my chest, a frantic drum echoing the chaos swirling just beyond the door. I could hear them, his voice, low and pleading, hers, cutting like glass, sharp with betrayal. Don't you see, he cried, desperation spilling from his lips. I did this for us. I held my breath, every nerve in my body taut, waiting. The shadows flickered again, and in that moment, I felt the presence, the overwhelming essence of Aphrodite, filling the room with her intoxicating grace and anguish. She was here, hovering in the corners of my mind, whispering secrets of love and war, vengeance and heartache. Her plea echoed in my soul, as raw and visceral as the night itself. Why must love bleed, she seemed to ask. Why must it hurt to hold the ones we cherish? I remembered the first time I saw him, Melias, with his stormy eyes that seemed to hold the universe captive, his laughter like a balm for my weary spirit. I'd watched him from a distance, a moth entranced by the flame. I remembered how his smile made the world bloom, how with every word he spoke, he painted my life in vivid colors. And yet, here we were, on the brink of ruin, teetering on the edge of a chasm carved by doubt and misunderstanding. I turned toward the door, the wood cool against my palm, feeling the weight of what was to come, the confrontation that would either shatter us or bind us tighter than the threads of fate. Behind me, Lyra was a tempest, her spirit wild and untamed, the embodiment of jealousy and heartbreak. Her love for Elias pulsed like a living thing, vibrant and suffocating. She had every reason to hate me, every reason to want to destroy the fragile peace we had built. Why don't you tell her? Lyra's voice was a blade, slicing through the tension. Tell her what you've done. My heart stuttered, the revelation hanging like a guillotine over my head. I knew what she meant, but the truth felt like a lead weight in my throat. I could feel Aphrodite's presence pressing down on me, urging me to speak, to reveal the fractured truth that bound us all together in this tangled web of love and desire. The air crackled with the possibility of betrayal, the kind that twists like a knife and leaves scars unseen. Elias's voice trembled. "I never meant to hurt you, Lyra. But I had to choose." Choose. That word hung in the air, a specter of pain. What did he mean? My mind raced, each thought colliding with the next, memories of laughter and stolen kisses mixing with the bitter taste of betrayal. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer, holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable explosion. I remember the nights we spent beneath the stars, I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. How the cosmos felt alive with our dreams. The memories flooded back, bright and painful. I remember the way your eyes lit up when you talked about your future, how I thought we could conquer the world together. But the world was not ours to conquer. The world was a cruel tapestry, weaving love and loss into the fabric of existence. I had tasted the sweetness of his affection, the lingering warmth of his touch, but now it felt like poison coursing through my veins. I loved you. Lyra screamed, her anguish raw and unfiltered. I gave you everything, and you threw it away. Her words struck me like a firestorm, igniting the embers of my own guilt. I had taken what wasn't mine to claim. I had stepped into the light of someone else's love, and now we were all trapped in a frenzied dance of despair. Elias stepped forward, his face a canvas of torment. I never meant for it to be like this. I thought love was supposed to save us, not destroy us. But love is a tempest, a force beyond comprehension, and every heartbeat felt like a countdown to catastrophe. I could feel the universe shift, the stars aligning in an ominous configuration, as if the cosmos itself was watching, waiting for our next move. Do you remember the night you kissed me? I asked, my voice trembling as I reached for the memory. Underneath that ancient oak, with the moonlight spilling like silver across our skin. I do, he breathed, his eyes darkening with the weight of regret. Then how could you? The question hung in the air, heavy and impossibly charged. How could you betray us both? All the while, Aphrodite lingered, her presence wrapping around us like a shroud, her pain palpable. She was a goddess of love, and yet, here we were, reduced to mere mortals, grappling with the very thing she embodied. Time stretched, each second feeling like an eternity, and for a fleeting moment, I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, the rhythm of fate counting down to our reckoning. A storm was brewing, both outside and within us, and I could feel the pulse of something greater, something that bound us all together, the fear of loss, the hunger for connection, the desperate need for understanding. Please, I whispered, feeling the weight of my own vulnerability crash over me like a tidal wave. Let us not be consumed by this. And as the shadows deepened and the candle flickered, I knew this was not just a battle for love but for our very souls, an eternal plea echoed in the darkness, a reminder that love, in all its forms, comes with a price. The heartache, the joy, the longing, they are threads woven into the fabric of existence, and as we stood on the brink, the shadows whispered promises, and the night held its breath. The air crackled, electric with a tension that choked the breath from my lungs. Shadows twisted and turned, stretching grotesquely across the cobblestones, as if alive, whispering secrets I dared not understand. A distant clock chimed, each toll punctuated the silence, resonating deep in my chest, a heartbeat in sync with the dread that pooled in my stomach. I stood there, shivering, watching that door, heavy, oak, studded with iron. It loomed like a titan of fate, daring me to take a step inside. And then, in that fragile moment between heartbeats, she appeared. Venus. Her hair flowed like liquid gold, a silken banner billowing in a tempest that raged unseen. But her eyes, oh those piercing, emerald orbs, they were stormy skies, betraying a tempest of their own. They flickered with a mixture of fear and defiance, a war waging behind the veil of her beauty. I wanted to reach out, to anchor her in this torrent of chaos, but the ground felt unsteady beneath me. Are you ready for this? She whispered, her voice a soft tremor, slicing through the tension like a knife. Ready? I had been preparing for this moment for lifetimes, yet now, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, I felt like a boy lost in a darkened forest, the shadows dancing just beyond my grasp. I don't think we ever can be, I replied, my throat dry, my heart hammering like a caged bird desperate for flight. Behind her, Mars loomed, a presence both magnetic and menacing. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets, the muscles in his jaw clenched tight enough to shatter glass. The very air around him seemed to tremble with unspent fury. He was a storm waiting for the right moment to unleash hell. "We don't have time for doubts," he growled, his voice gravelly, like a boulder rolling down a mountainside. "We either move now or we lose everything." I glanced at him, caught in the web of his intensity. The last time we were here, everything had shifted irrevocably. A choice had been made, a choice that had condemned us to this dance of destruction. I could still taste the bitter ash of that day, the echoes of our laughter now twisted into a haunting melody. "Everything?" I breathed, the word itself tasting of despair. What does that even mean anymore? A flicker of something vulnerable passed over Mars' face before the mask fell back into place. "You know what's at stake. We either confront this or what?" The unspoken word hung between us like a ghost, daring us to name it. I swallowed hard, the weight of it pressing down on me. Memory surged like a tidal wave, a flash of laughter, a promise made under the soft glow of the moon, the way our lives had once intertwined like vines in the warm sun. But with each passing moment, those vines had twisted into barbed thorns, ripping at the fabric of our lives. "Venus," I murmured, stepping closer to her, wanting to shield her from the storm that raged around us. "What if we're not strong enough?" The vulnerability in my voice shocked even me. Her gaze held mine, unyielding. "Strength isn't always about power," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "Sometimes, it's about facing the darkness and not turning away." And there it was, the truth that slashed through the fear, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of despair. I realized then that our entanglement was more than just a clash of wills, it was a fierce, unrelenting bond forged in the fires of conflict. But as Mars stepped forward, the familiar tension snapped back into place. The air turned thick, suffocating, as if a predator had entered the room. "We need to decide," he said, his voice low and fierce. "Either we fight or we fade into nothing." I nodded, feeling the weight of his words drenching me in cold sweat. It was time to let go of pretense. It was time to confront the shadows that lurked, to face the ghosts of our choices directly. The stakes were impossibly high, the price of failure loomed like a guillotine above our heads. As we stood there, three souls caught in a delicate dance of fear and resolve, the shadows began to shift, coalescing into a figure cloaked in darkness. The air grew heavy, laden with the scent of smoke and echoes of laughter long since silenced. The figure advanced, a ghost from our past, and with it came a rush of memories, fragmented and jagged, like pieces of a shattered mirror. I remember, the voice slithered through the air, a haunting melody that wrapped around my heart. It was a song of loss, of love, of what once was. Each repetition thrummed in my chest, drawing us closer, ensnaring us in its eerie embrace. Mars tensed, a soldier preparing for battle. Venus's grip on my hand tightened, her warmth a flicker of light in the encroaching dark. Together, we faced the specter of our past, the gravitational pull of emotion swirling around us like a tempest. Time bent, twisted. I felt the cosmos shifting, the very fabric of reality stretching and contracting around us, a cruel reminder of our fragile existence. Each heartbeat echoed, a reminder that we were alive, that we were here, caught in this tangled web of fate. And as the shadows loomed closer, I understood with visceral clarity that we were not merely fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every moment, every laugh, every tear, every heartbeat shared. The trap was set, the confrontation inevitable. Darkness whispered promises of despair. But in the chaos, there was also light, a chance to reclaim the fragments of our shattered selves. We would either emerge whole or be consumed by the very shadows we had tried to outrun. In that moment, suspended in time, I felt the pulse of the universe thrumming through me, a reminder that we were more than the sum of our fears. We were Venus and Mars, entangled, bound by love and conflict, poised on the precipice of everything. And as the spectre lunged forward, the world around us held its breath, teetering on the edge of revelation. Thunder cracked overhead, splintering the night sky like a jagged knife. Raindrops fell, sharp as whispers, soaking through the thin fabric of my coat, clinging to my skin like the memories I couldn't shake. I stood at the mouth of the cavern, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, an undercurrent of despair that gnawed at my gut. Shadows danced along the jagged rocks, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if the darkness itself was alive, breathing, waiting. "Are you sure about this, Maya?" Ethan's voice cut through the chilling silence, trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. His wide eyes reflected both fear and determination, and I could see the struggle behind them. He was a fortress built on insecurity, a boy wrapped in the armor of sarcasm, terrified of what lay beyond the veil of the known. We both were. "I have to know," I replied, the words scraping against my throat. I remembered the day everything changed, the moment the void opened inside me, swallowing the light. The echoes of laughter faded, replaced by the haunting silence of loss, a ghost that refused to let me forget. My heart raced, pounding against my chest like a war drum. I remembered the way the world felt after the news hit, how everything turned grey and muted, how I walked through life with a smile painted on my face while my soul bled in secret. If I could just find him, if I could just hear his voice one last time. "Then let's get this over with," Ethan said, masking his fear with bravado, but I caught the tremor in his hands as he gripped the torch. The flickering flame cast eerie shadows, illuminating the path ahead with a glow that felt both promising and foreboding. With a deep breath, I took the first step into the abyss. Inside, the cavern twisted and turned like a labyrinth, each corner a reminder of the crossroads we face in life. The walls seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of their own, whispering secrets long buried beneath the earth. I could practically hear them, fragments of memories clinging to the stone, echoes of sorrow, laughter, and pain. It was a cacophony of emotions that threatened to overwhelm me. "Why are we doing this?" Ethan whispered, more to himself than to me. "What if we don't find anything? What if it's just nothing?" "Nothing?" I scoffed, though my voice wavered. "Or everything. This could be our only chance." I remembered our endless nights of questions, of wondering, of wishing we could shatter the boundaries of life and death. I was desperate to wrestle with the shadows of my past, to pull the answers from the void. As we descended deeper, the air grew colder, biting into my skin like 1,000 tiny icy daggers. My breath became visible, swirling in the dark like wisps of forgotten dreams. "Do you think they can hear us?" I asked, half joking, half terrified. "Do you think they're watching us?" Ethan laughed bitterly, the sound echoing off the walls. "If they are, I hope they're entertained. After all, we must be a real show." But beneath his bravado, I sensed the tremors of his own heartache. Ethan had lost someone too, a sister whose laughter used to fill the empty spaces in his life, now reduced to a ghost in his memory. We carried our pain like backpacks, heavy and burdensome, but we also clung to it, unwilling to let go of the threads that tied us to those we loved. "Do you think they're okay?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think they're happy?" "Happy?" Ethan's voice cracked. "How can they be happy when we're still here? When we're still fighting?" He paused, the weight of his words hanging in the air, thick and suffocating. I could feel the tension crackling between us, underlying resentment, guilt, a shared longing for closure. The cave opened up into a vast chamber, the ceiling lost in darkness, and my heart quickened. In the center stood a stone altar, worn and weathered, like the remnants of a long-forgotten ritual. It felt wrong, sacred and profane all at once, a reminder of the things we do for love. I approached it cautiously, my footsteps echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness. "Do you think this is it?" I turned to Ethan, searching his eyes for some semblance of belief. "Do you think we can leave a message for them?" He shrugged, uncertainty flickering across his face. "What do we even say? What if they can't read our thoughts? What if this is all a waste?" I dropped to my knees, the cold stone biting into my skin. "Then I'll scream their names into the void," I said, each word a raw confession, an offering. "I'll scream until the walls shatter and the echoes reach them." The chamber vibrated with my voice, the sound unfurling like a ribbon into the darkness, and for a moment, I felt alive, connected to something greater than myself. I thought I saw something flicker in the shadows, a figure dancing just outside of my vision, a whisper of hope in a world that felt bereft of it. "Do you hear that?" Ethan's voice trembled, and I turned to him, my heart racing. "Maya, I think," but before he could finish, the ground shook, a low rumble that rippled through the cavern, and I felt the walls close in around us. Panic surged, and I grasped at Ethan's arm, his warmth anchoring me against the encroaching darkness. "We need to go," I shouted, my voice swallowed by the chaos. As we stumbled back, the shadows grew thicker, swirling around us like a storm, suffocating and relentless. The echoes of the past clawed at my mind, memories flashing like lightning, his laughter, her smile, the warmth of their presence lost to the void. "Don't look back," Ethan yelled, his breath hot against my ear, but I could feel the weight of those we had lost, pulling us back into the depths. I remembered the stories, the tales spun in the moonlight about those who ventured too far, who sought answers in the dark, never to return. But I couldn't stop. "I have to know," I screamed, a primal cry that shattered the silence, reverberating like a heartbeat through the stone. With every ounce of strength, I pushed forward, the darkness howling around us, clawing at my heels, hungry, desperate. The walls trembled, as if the very earth was alive, a guardian of the secrets buried below. And as we tore through the shadows, I felt it, an undeniable force, a pull that whispered promises of revelation, of closure, of connection. But I also felt the cold breath of despair, a reminder of the cost that came with seeking the truth. And as we burst into the night, gasping for air, the weight of our choices hung heavy in the air, the shadows still lurking just beyond the light. The stars above burned brightly, oblivious to the chaos below, and I knew, in that moment of overwhelming despair and flickering hope, that our journey was far from over. It had only just begun. The wind howled like a banshee as the clock struck midnight, its chime resonating through the empty streets of the desolate city. Shadows flickered against the stone walls, twisting and warping with the ferocity of fate itself. I stood at the edge of the abyss, heart pounding, a desperate rhythm against the silence. My breath came out in ragged gasps, and the cool night air bit at my skin, a reminder that life clung to the thin thread of existence. I remember the moment I saw her, Isolde, standing at the center of this cold, dark labyrinth. Her hair, once a flowing cascade of golden strands, now lay tangled and matted with the weight of despair. She was clutching a fraying piece of fabric, the remnants of a life that had slipped through her fingers like sand. "Help me," she whispered, a plea that sliced through the darkness like a knife, pulling at the very core of my being. But help was a fickle friend, and I was no savior. Each heartbeat echoed uncertainty as I took a step closer, my own demons clawing at my mind. I had fought battles both external and internal, but here, in the presence of the Moirai, the fates themselves, I felt smaller than a grain of dust in the universe. They wove their threads from the fabric of our lives, spinning joy and sorrow with a merciless hand. As I reached for Isolde, a flash of memory, a moment suspended in time, surfaced. I was a child again, watching my mother mend our frayed clothes by the flickering light of a candle. She hummed softly, her voice a lullaby that promised safety. "Every stitch counts," she had said, her hand steady and sure, weaving our story into the very fabric of existence. But here, in this moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 undone stitches, each one a choice unmade, a path not taken. "Isolde, we have to go," I urged, glancing over my shoulder, the shadows shifting, pressing in like ghosts hungry for vengeance. She shook her head, her eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the terror that clawed at my insides. "No, you don't understand. This is where it ends, or begins. The fates decide." The air thickened with an ancient energy, the very atmosphere vibrating with the threads of time unraveling and intertwining. I could almost see them, the Moirai, looming somewhere in the shadows, their hands deftly working the loom of destiny. Clotho, spinning the thread of life, Lachesis, measuring it, Atropos, the merciless cutter of that sacred string. The weight of inevitability pressed down on me, a suffocating blanket. "Do you feel it?" Isolde's voice was thin and wavering, a fragile echo of her former self. "The tightening, the pulling? The threads are tangled, and we're caught in the weave." I nodded, though I was terrified to admit I felt it too, The air crackled with impending doom. Then I heard him, a ghost from my past, a spectre draped in shadows. Thorn, my brother, lost, broken, a faded memory of laughter and warmth. You can't save her, he said, his voice like gravel, roughened by the weight of his own fate. She's already chosen. Chosen? I spat, a bitter taste in my mouth. Chosen what? To die? To fade into nothingness. My anger ignited like a flame, wild and consuming. You don't know her. You don't know what she's fighting for. All the more reason, Thorn whispered, stepping closer, his presence chilling the air, to let her go. He was a contradiction, lost yet so painfully aware, as if he had danced with the Moirai and emerged a shade of his former self. I felt a shudder ripple through me, a battle inside my chest, a fight between love and despair, hope and resignation. I wanted to scream, to break the spell woven around us, but the fates were unforgiving. Each word, each choice brought with it a consequence, and I could feel the heavy hands of inevitability pressing down upon my shoulders. Isolde stepped back, the fabric slipping through her fingers. The thread. I remembered how it felt to cling to hope, how it felt to unravel when it slipped away. You're right, she whispered, tears glistening like stars in the night. But I can't, don't say it. My voice cracked, desperation clawing at my throat. Don't let them take you. Fight. But even as I said the words, I saw the truth in her eyes, a resignation that chilled me to my core. The Moirai had woven her fate, and she was but a pawn in their game, a mere stitch in a tapestry far grander than her dreams. I stepped closer, the distance between us shrinking, the air electric with the weight of our choices. We can rewrite our stories, Isolde. We can tear the fabric if we have to. A flicker of hope ignited in her gaze, but it was brief, like a candle's flame flickering against a storm. Can we? She whispered, a question that hung in the air, heavy with doubt. Tension wrapped around us, a coiled serpent ready to strike, and I knew this moment would define us. In this dance with fate, would we find freedom, or would we be bound forever? I felt the threads tightening, the fates watching with cold, unyielding eyes. The silence was deafening, the world around us suspended in an eternal heartbeat. I could almost hear the whispers of the Moirai, their laughter echoing through the shadows, taunting us with possibilities and promises. And as I stood on the precipice of despair and hope, I realized that fate is not a thread to be pulled, but a tapestry to be understood. I remember the stars, the cosmos, vast, ungraspable, bearing witness to our struggle. In that moment, the past and future collided, and time spiraled into a singularity, a breath held in the jaws of destiny. I reached for Isolde, and for a fleeting moment, our fingers intertwined, a flicker of defiance against the tapestry of fate. But darkness loomed, a reminder that the Moirai were always weaving, always watching, the dance of our lives spinning into the unknown, thread by thread, heartbeat by heartbeat, as we stood on the edge of everything. And the night whispered secrets, secrets that would change us forever. The tempest roared like a wounded beast, the wind howling through the narrow, cobbled streets of the city like ghosts in torment. Rain lashed down in sheets, drenching everything in shades of misery and despair. I stood in the midst of it, heart racing, breath ghosting in the chill, as the sharp clang of steel met the air, a sound that echoed with centuries of conflict. I remember the faces in the crowd, their eyes wide with terror, reflecting my own dread. Run, shouted a voice, and it sliced through the storm like a clarion call. My legs felt like lead, stuck in place, gripped by an unseen terror. I glanced to my left, there was Jorah, his face pale, eyes bright with panic. The man once revered for his courage now bore the weight of 1,000 fears, and I couldn't help but wonder if he regretted every choice that had led him here. Are you coming? He yelled, panic cracking through his voice. His hands trembled, and I could practically see the shadows of his past clawing at him. Jorah had once charged into battles with a wild, reckless abandon, a hero draped in the garb of legends. But this was different. This was chaos, and it had a way of stripping away the bravado, leaving only raw, pulsating vulnerability. I can't! I screamed back, the words tearing from my throat. I thought of the stories told around flickering fires, of heroes who never faltered, never feared. But stories lied. They twisted the truth, painted gallant warriors in hues of glory, but here, in the storm, we were just mortals, frightened souls caught in a web of fate, clinging to the frayed edges of hope. The ground shook beneath our feet, a tremor that echoed through the marrow of our bones. My heart beat in sync with a distant drum, a rhythm of impending doom. I turned my gaze upward, to the swirling clouds above, dark as ink and heavy with malice. And then I saw her, Maeve, standing defiantly against the storm. She was a wild card, a tempest incarnate, a woman forged from the very chaos that engulfed us. The flicker of her spirit danced through the rain, fierce and untamed. "Jorah! We fight," she cried, and I felt the weight of her resolve crash against my own doubts. I remembered the first time I had seen Maeve, her laughter ringing like a bell, brightening the dullest of days. She wore her scars like badges, each one a testament to battles fought and lost, yet she stood there, unyielding as the ancient oaks that lined the city. I hesitated, caught between the urge to flee and the desperate need to stand with them, to fight against the tide of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. I remembered the tales of heroes, their bravery, their sacrifices. But we are not them, I whispered to myself, a mantra of self-preservation in a world that demanded more than I had to give. Then it hit me, the realization that legends are born not from perfection but from the very flaws that make us human. Jorah's fear, Maeve's fire, my own paralyzing doubt, they were threads woven into the fabric of our existence. In that moment, I could see it, glimmers of courage buried beneath layers of heartache, waiting to be unleashed. With a sudden surge of clarity, I shouted, "I'm with you." The words felt strange in my throat, like an incantation that could alter the course of fate. Jorah's eyes shifted from terror to determination, and Maeve's lips curled into a fierce smile. It was then that I realized, we were not just mortals, we were the architects of our own stories, painting them with shadows and light, blood and laughter. The ground roared as the enemy surged forward, a wave of darkness crashing against our fragile line. But as blades met flesh and the air filled with cries of pain, it was not fear that coursed through me, it was an electric thrill, a connection to something greater than the sum of our parts. We were heroes in our moments of vulnerability, legends in the making, and every heartbeat echoed the promise of change. I fought alongside them, the rain mixing with sweat and blood as I carved my path through the chaos. Every strike of the sword felt like a piece of my soul being unleashed, like the heavy burdens I carried were being lifted, one clash at a time. Jorah's laughter rang out as he tackled an enemy, and for a fleeting moment, I felt an overwhelming joy or a wild, unrestrained exhilaration that reminded me of childhood summers, where the light lasted forever, and shadows were just shapes on the grass. As the battle raged, I caught glimpses of the lives around me, strangers, neighbors, friends, all locked in this dance of survival, each face a tapestry of stories, woven with threads of fear and courage. The world spun around us, a chaotic symphony, and in the eye of the storm, we were united in our struggle, our failures, and our dreams. But in the depths of that chaos, something shifted. The ground below began to quake once more, the air thick with an ominous tension that tingled against my skin. I felt it, the pulse of something ancient awakening. A shadow loomed, darker than the storm itself, and for a fleeting second, the cries of battle faded into an eerie silence. I turned to Maeve, her face illuminated by the flickering light of hope. "What is that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She looked back, a mixture of defiance and sobriety on her face. "The legends we've invoked. The darkness we've stirred." In that moment, I understood the truth that echoed through the ages. Heroes are not born, they are forged in the crucibles of their choices, shaped by the shadows they confront. And in our hearts, we carry the weight of those legends, a legacy that whispers through time. The storm howled louder, the cacophony around us swelling like an ocean tide. I felt the clock ticking down, the weight of time pressing against my chest, reminding me that we were but mortals, fragile and fleeting. Yet here we stood, defying the chaos, ready to face the darkness, our hearts intertwined in a tapestry of hope and despair. And somewhere, beyond the storm, the stars continued to watch, their ancient light shimmering against the void, waiting for a new story to unfold, our story, a reflection of every hero, every legend, born from the ashes of mortality. And in that moment, as the shadows gathered, I knew we would fight not just for survival, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The clock strikes midnight. The air is thick with tension, crackling like static electricity before a storm. I can feel the shadows lurking, whispering secrets in corners where the light dares not tread. It's in this moment, in the stillness before chaos erupts, that everything begins to unravel. I am standing in a room filled with ghosts, memories of laughter, of warmth, now twisted by the chill of jealousy. Evelyn stands at the edge of the room, her silhouette stark against the moonlight filtering through the cracked window. The way her hair catches the light, cascading like dark water, feels like a cruel taunt. She doesn't notice me, lost in the throes of jealousy herself, a green-eyed monster born from the depths of her heart. I see her, really see her, standing there holding back tears, her breath hitching in her throat. I remember when she was my best friend, not just a reflection of my failures. Then there's Liam, with his easy smile and the way he breezes through life, a golden boy, effortlessly brilliant. I can't remember the last time I felt joy at his presence. He's across the room, oblivious to the storm brewing within me. I can feel the heat of my emotions rising like boiling water, threatening to spill over. I want to scream, to claw at the air, to make him see the pain I carry. But instead, I stand frozen, caught in a nightmare that feels all too real. The clock ticks louder now, each second a reminder of my insecurity, my inadequacy. I remember the first time I felt it, the way Evelyn's laughter danced through the air when Liam walked into the room. I remember how it stung, like a slap across my face, how that laughter took root in my gut, twisting and turning until it turned into something dark, something vile. Jealousy doesn't knock, it barges in, uninvited, wreaking havoc on the heart. I shift, trying to breathe, but the air feels thick, suffocating. Do you love him? The words slip from my lips before I can catch them. They hang in the air, heavy and accusatory. Evelyn's eyes snap to mine, wide with shock, but there's something else, something lurking behind them, a flicker of guilt, or maybe it's longing. Is that really what you think? She shoots back, her voice trembling with indignation. I can see the wheels turning in her head, the panic rising. She knows. She knows that I am unraveling, and all she feels is anger. Haven't I always been there for you? I don't know why I'm pleading, why I'm bearing my heart like this. You were my sister, my everything. Now you're just him. The words taste bitter on my tongue, like ash. Liam, oblivious, laughs with someone across the room, and the sound cuts through me like glass. I remember sitting in the quiet of my own heart, wishing it would all stop. Wishing I could turn back to when things were simple, before envy took hold like a vine, creeping into the corners of my mind and choking the light out of my soul. You think it's easy for me? Evelyn's voice cracks, and I see the tears spill over, shimmering in the dim light. You think I chose this? You think I wanted to be the one standing on the sidelines watching you two together? You've always been the star, and I've always been the shadow. Her words hit me like a punch, and I stagger back, not knowing where to put myself. Is this what jealousy does? It warps the truth, twisting friendships into weapons. I feel like a ghost in my own life, hovering between rage and sorrow. My heart is a battlefield, and I'm losing ground. I didn't ask to be the perfect one. I shout, the words spiraling out like smoke. Every accusation, every hurt, every moment of silence between us dances like specters. You think I wanted to be compared to you? To live in constant doubt. There's a moment of silence. A moment where the world stops and we are just two broken souls, trapped in our own despair. I see the hurt flash across her face, and suddenly, we're not just rivals in love, we're mirrors reflecting the worst parts of ourselves. The clock ticks, mocking us, punctuating the tension. I remember how we used to be, giggling girls sharing secrets, building dreams together. I feel the gulf widening between us, a chasm filled with unspoken words, festering wounds, and the bitter taste of betrayal. But then, like a tide, the anger ebbs away, leaving raw vulnerability in its wake. What do we do now? I whisper, the words trembling, fragile. Evelyn's gaze softens, her breath steadying. I don't know. I don't know how we got here. She steps closer, the distance between us shrinking, yet the weight of our emotions hangs heavy, like a storm cloud ready to burst. As I lock eyes with her, I see the reflection of my own turmoil, the doubt, the fear, the jealousy that has clouded my heart. And suddenly, it's not just about Liam. It's about us, our friendship, our dreams slipping through our fingers like sand. The air is electric, charged with possibility and fear. The intensity swells, pulling us together, and the room feels smaller, suffocating, yet somehow intimate. I remember all the moments that led us here, the choices that brought us to this precipice. And just as I think we might bridge this chasm, Liam's laughter breaks through, shattering the fragile moment we've created. It pulls us back, and I can feel the walls rising again. Jealousy has a way of blinding us, of turning love into a weapon. I look at Evelyn, and in her eyes, I see a flicker of determination. We are not just friends, we are survivors of our own making. I can't help but wonder if this is just the beginning of something darker, an emotional turmoil that runs deeper than I ever imagined. As the clock continues to tick, each second feels like a countdown to something inevitable, like a storm on the horizon ready to break. We stand on the edge, hearts pounding, breaths held. The descent into jealousy is only just beginning, and I can feel the weight of it, pulling us down, deeper into the shadows. The rain fell with a ferocity that felt almost sentient, each drop like a heartbeat in the silence. In the distance, thunder growled, dark and low, a warning, a portent of the storm inside and out. Raindrops clawed at the windows, desperate to be let in, like ghosts seeking refuge in the warmth of the living. I stood there, staring out into the chaos, my heart a wild drum in my chest, knowing that everything was about to change. Beneath the weight of the relentless sky, Sam paced, a lion caught in a cage. His eyes, deep and haunted, flashed with a mix of fury and desperation. "You have to choose," he said, voice low and trembling, each word a blade cutting through the thick air between us. He was my brother, my blood, but in this moment, he felt like a stranger. Love or loyalty? You can't have both. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the very foundation of my existence trembling like the ancient trees bending to the storm. At the edge of my vision, Claire stood frozen, her breath shaky, eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. I'd loved her since we were kids, laughed with her under the stars, whispered dreams that felt too big for our small town, but now? Now the laughter seemed like a cruel joke as the weight of betrayal sat heavy on my chest. One choice. One moment to unravel us all. You don't understand, I said, desperation drenching my words. It's not as simple as that. But even as I said it, I felt the truth gnawing at my insides. I remembered the way she had looked at me, the way her laughter danced through the air, bright and unyielding. And then I thought of Sam's face, twisted in pain, the loyalty that bound him to our family like iron chains. If I choose you, what happens to him? What happens to everything we built? Claire stepped forward, her presence a fragile light cutting through the storm. I don't want to hurt him, she whispered, her voice breaking like the fragile glass of my heart. I never wanted this. I could see the truth in her eyes, a reflection of my own turmoil, an echo of my own fears. But I can't walk away from what we have. The rain intensified, pounding against the roof, drowning out the sound of our hearts tearing apart. I wanted to scream, to unleash the chaos swirling within me, but all I could manage was a shaky breath. Memories clashed in my mind like waves crashing against jagged rocks, us under the stars, whispers of promises, laughter that felt like home. And now, here we were, at the edge of an abyss, the ground crumbling beneath our feet. Stop! Sam's voice cut through the storm, raw and primal. You don't get to toy with both of us. This isn't a game. His face twisted in anguish, the loyalty he felt like a burning brand on his soul. I need to know where you stand. Time felt suspended, a fractal of memories crashing together in a cacophony of emotions, love, despair, rage, longing. I could feel the walls closing in, the air thickening, choking me. My mind raced like the storm outside, spinning tales of what could be, what should have been. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the choices laid before me, the consequences that would follow me like shadows. "Sam, please," I pleaded, and the weight of that word hung heavy in the air. It felt like a betrayal in itself. How could I ask him to understand, to forgive, when I could barely forgive myself? "I love her. But I love you too. You're my brother." "Love? Love is supposed to be pure," he spat, the words like shards of glass lodged in my heart. "But this is poison." His rage pulsed with a life of its own, and the storm outside roared in agreement, a symphony of chaos reflecting the tempest within. Claire's eyes filled with tears, and in that moment, I saw everything I had ever wanted reflected in her gaze, a life unburdened by this impossible choice. But could I truly walk away from my brother, from the bond we had forged through years of struggle and strife? Could I betray the very essence of family for something as fleeting as desire? The air thickened with tension, an unspoken question hanging between us: what would have to be sacrificed? I felt the world spinning, memories colliding, dancing in the summer sun, quiet moments of solace, secrets shared under the watchful gaze of the stars. Yet, all these memories felt tainted now, marred by the harsh reality of our situation. "I remember the night you both laughed until dawn," I murmured, my voice barely audible over the storm. "I remember how alive we felt, how nothing else mattered." But that night felt distant now, like a forgotten dream. And then silence fell, the kind that screams in your ears, that wraps around your throat like a noose. I could feel the weight of their gazes, the heat of their expectation. I could feel the storm inside me, poised to explode. I looked from Sam to Claire, two souls I couldn't bear to lose, and yet here we were, teetering on the edge, the abyss yawning wide beneath us. The world outside swirled in chaos, but in that moment, we were suspended in time. The clock ticked on, bidding me to make a choice as the storm raged on, the air crackled with possibilities, and I could feel the ghosts of our past echoing through the silence. This moment would change everything. I could almost taste the heartache in the air, the sharp pang of love colliding with loyalty, a visceral reminder that choices carve paths that may never cross again. And as the storm raged, an answer loomed, heavy and suffocating, waiting for me to take that final step into the unknown, into the darkness where love and loyalty would wage their war, where hearts would break, and souls would shatter. I took a breath that felt like the end and the beginning all at once, knowing that whatever came next would echo through eternity. Chapter 30. The release of the trapped, consequences of deceit. The clock ticks, a relentless reminder of the weight of time. Each second hangs in the air, thick and oppressive, as if the world outside has held its breath, waiting. I stand in that dimly lit room, shadows clawing at the corners, wrapping around me like a shroud. The air smells of damp stone and something metallic, like the faint echo of a distant scream. A single bulb flickers overhead, casting a stuttering light that dances off the walls, illuminating the faces of those who are trapped with me. Anna's eyes are wide, her breath shallow. She clutches her arms around her knees, rocking slightly. Her fingers dig into her skin, leaving pale crescents behind. "What if he doesn't come?" she whispers, the tremor in her voice like a crack in glass. Every heartbeat is a reminder of the truth, every moment spent waiting drags us deeper into despair. "Stop it," I say, the words slipping from my lips like poison. "He'll come." But even as I speak, doubt gnaws at my insides. In a world where every promise is laced with deceit, where trust is as fragile as the flickering light above us, I wonder if hope is just another lie. And then there's Marcus, a storm contained in a man. His jaw clenches tight, muscles rippling beneath the surface of his skin. He paces, a caged beast, and the floorboards creak beneath his heavy footsteps. "We can't just wait here," he growls, a low rumble that vibrates through the air. "We have to find a way out." "Do you think it's that easy, Marcus?" I shoot back, fire dancing in my chest. "Do you think we can just waltz out of here like it's a game?" He stops, the anger on his face morphing into something else, something darker. "What would you know about games? You're just a pawn, Anna." I flinch, the words like ice sliding through my veins. And yet, there's truth in what he says. We've all played roles, each of us trapped by our own design, pawns in a game orchestrated by someone else. My thoughts spiral back to the phone call that brought us here, the whispered promises that dripped with falsehood. I remember the way the night felt, a warm embrace filled with laughter and clinking glasses. The city was alive, a living beast thrumming with energy. I remember the taste of freedom, the feeling of invincibility. "We'll be fine," I had said, my voice ringing with conviction. What's the worst that could happen? But now, in this suffocating silence, I realize that the worst has already happened. The things we thought we could control have slipped through our fingers, leaving us with nothing but regret and fear. A sound breaks the silence, shuffling, footsteps approaching. My heart races, hope igniting like a spark in the dark. But then I see the figure through the narrow window, silhouetted against the light, and my heart sinks. It's not the one we had been waiting for. "It's him," I whisper, dread pooling in my stomach. The shadows shift, and I can see the outline of a man, his face obscured, a grin that feels wrong. Lying through teeth, Marcus mutters, his voice low. "He sold us out." "Stop!" Anna shrieks, her voice echoing off the cold stone walls. "Please, don't hurt us." But it's too late. The door slams open, and the light spills into the room, sharp and blinding. The man steps inside, and I can feel the malevolence oozing from him like poison. "Did you really think you could escape?" he sneers, and his voice is honey-laced with venom. "You're all just pieces on my board." Panic grips me, and I look at Marcus, his eyes sharp with determination. "I won't let him control us," he says, each word a vow forged in fury. He steps forward, fists clenched. "Control? Oh, darling, you think you have a choice." The man's laughter is hollow, echoing off the walls. "You're already trapped. Just like the rest of them." I remember the faces, the whispers, the promises made under cover of darkness. It wasn't just a game to him, it was a ritual, a sacrifice of trust, friendships tossed aside like yesterday's news. "Let us go," I plead, desperation clawing at my throat. "We're not your pawns." "Ah, but you are," he replies, a cruel smile carved into his face. "And the consequences of deceit are always entertaining." Suddenly, the room feels smaller, as if the walls are closing in, suffocating us with the weight of our choices. I look at Anna, her eyes brimming with tears, and I realize that we are all just ghosts haunting the ruins of our own making. "Marcus!" I cry, heart pounding as he lunges at the man. I want to scream, to pull him back, but it's too late. Time stretches, each heartbeat an eternity. The chaos erupts, shattering the silence. Fists clash against flesh, and I feel the raw energy pulse through the air, thick and electric. I want to turn away, but instead, I step closer, compelled by an unseen force. The room vibrates with tension, each blow echoing the betrayals we've suffered. I remember whispers in the night, the chilling realization that trust was a thin veil, easily torn. Each conflict, every moment of fury, is a release, a catharsis dripping with the weight of our pain. And then, just like that, it all collapses in on itself. The man sprawls on the ground, breathless, the glint in his eye fading as he realizes his lost control. The air shifts, and in that moment, the truth crashes down upon us, the release of the trapped, the consequences of deceit. There's no resolution, just a heavy silence that fills the space. Shadows swirl around us, a reminder of the choices made, the lives forever altered. The clock ticks on, relentless, as we stand on the edge of something unnameable, something vast and terrifying. Now what? I whisper, but the question hangs in the air, unanswered, a ghost in the dark. The clock on the wall ticks, each second reverberating through the hushed air, a relentless reminder of the weight of silence. I stand in the center of a room that feels like a tomb, the remnants of laughter and love buried beneath layers of regret. The shadows stretch, dark fingers brushing against the walls, whispering secrets I wish I could unhear. Pain lingers in the corners like dust motes caught in the fading light, and I feel it wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with every breath. Sarah's eyes dart around the room, a wildfire of fear and fury. "You don't get it," she screams, her voice cracking, splintering like glass. "You think this is just another one of your stupid games." Every word is a dagger, and I stagger back, clutching my chest as if I can hold my heart in place. Her betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. I remember when we were inseparable, when secrets flowed like wine between us. Now, her glare feels like a loaded gun, and I can't help but wonder when the bullets of our friendship turn to poison. I never meant for it to go this far, I murmur, the words barely escaping my lips, thin and fragile. I'm drowning in the weight of the truth, and all I can think about is the moment I should have spoken up, the moment I let silence become my ally instead of my enemy. I look at the calendar, each date bleeding into the next, a painful reminder of time lost. It's strange how quickly life can turn into a battlefield, how quickly love can morph into a weapon. Across the room, Jonathan stands, his face a mask of confusion, anger, and heartbreak. "I thought you were my friend," he says, voice low and trembling, like a fragile thread about to snap. "All those secrets we shared, all those nights we talked about dreams and fears." He shakes his head, a flicker of something raw and broken flashing in his eyes. "You tore us apart." I feel the walls closing in, the air thick with the weight of our unspoken words. The shadows seem to deepen, stretching their fingers toward us, as if they're eager to consume the remains of our shattered relationships. I remember the dreams we spun together, the bright futures we painted over beers and laughter. Now, those dreams taste like ash, the laughter echoing like a cruel joke. "No," I whisper, feeling the sting of tears. "I wanted to protect you both. But the justification feels hollow, even to me." Protect? I had only masked the truth, like a bandage over a gaping wound. I wanted to shield them from the abyss, but instead, I pushed them closer to the edge. The irony twists in my gut, a nauseating reminder of how easily intentions can turn to ruin. Sarah crosses her arms, the gesture defensive, an impenetrable wall rising between us. Protect us? Or protect yourself? The accusation hangs in the air, a palpable tension that crackles like electricity. I want to scream, to lash out, but the storm brewing inside me feels futile. Instead, I stand there, feeling smaller, a child trapped in a world far too big, too dark. "We were supposed to be a team," Jonathan says, breaking the silence that follows. "Now look at us. All we have is ruin." His voice trembles, a raw edge to it, and I can see the pain etched in the lines of his face. I want to reach out, to bridge the chasm that yawns wider with every heartbeat, but the weight of my guilt pulls me down like an anchor, sinking me beneath the waves of despair. I remember, I begin, but the words falter, memories flooding back, us huddled around a campfire, sharing secrets under a blanket of stars, laughter spilling into the night like fireflies. I remember when we thought we could conquer the world. My voice breaks, and I can't help but feel the ache of nostalgia clawing at my throat. "But we're not kids anymore," Sarah snaps, her anger a shield, a barrier against the truth. "You made your choices, and now we're left picking up the pieces." Her eyes glisten, the pain behind them a haunting echo of the love we once shared, now twisted into something unrecognizable. In this moment, I feel like a ghost in my own life, haunting the ruins of what we built. The air thickens with unsaid words, and I realize I'm not just fighting for them, I'm fighting for myself, for redemption in a world that seems determined to bury me in my own mistakes. I take a shaky breath, the taste of desperation bitter on my tongue, and I realize I can't stay silent any longer. "Maybe we all hurt each other," I say, my voice stronger now, a fragile thread of hope beginning to weave through the tension. "But we can't let it end like this." I look from one to the other, searching their faces for a flicker of understanding, a hint that the love we shared isn't entirely gone. We have to confront the darkness together. We can't let it consume us. For a heartbeat, the room is thick with possibility. Shadows dance on the walls, the air crackling with unspoken connection. But then reality crashes back in, heavy and suffocating. Sarah shakes her head, tears spilling down her cheeks like twin waterfalls. "You don't get it," she whispers, the fight draining from her voice. "You can't just erase what happened." And in that moment, the weight of our choices looms heavy, a ghost that lingers in the corners of our hearts. The clock ticks on, counting down the moments we might never reclaim, and I feel the ground shift beneath us. What happens next? The future looms like a dark cloud, threatening rain, threatening despair. We stand on the precipice, each of us holding shards of shattered dreams, each of us yearning for something more, something real. I remember the laughter, the love, the dreams we built, and I wonder if we can find a way back to that. But as the shadows close in, I realize that the road ahead is fraught with pain, with honesty, with the ghost of what we once were. The clock ticks, louder now, each chime echoing with finality. And as we stand there, hearts exposed, I can't help but wonder if we're fighting to save each other, or if we're just prolonging the inevitable. A fragile hope flickers in the darkness, but will it be enough? The answer hangs heavy in the air, waiting, watching, as we find ourselves caught in the aftermath of relationships in ruins. And as the night deepens, so does our struggle. The clock struck midnight, echoing through the darkened corridors of the old cathedral, a somber metronome measuring the weight of unspoken words and festering wounds. Each chime resonated like a heartbeat, the pulsing sound of regret, the ticking reminder of time slipping away, dragging its heavy hands through the shadows of forgotten memories. In the flickering candlelight, the air was thick and electric, charged with unsaid apologies and simmering anger. Silence reigned, but it was a silence hungry for release, like a predator poised to pounce. Elena stood at the altar, her hands trembling, fingers curled against the cool stone. She remembered their laughter, the way it had echoed off these very walls, vibrant and alive. She remembered the warmth of his embrace, the straightforward way he had promised her the world. But promises, like fragile glass, shattered under the weight of betrayal. She could still hear the echo of that fateful night, the accusation, the denial. How could you? It had hung in the air, thick and suffocating. She could feel it now, a ghost that refused to be laid to rest. Across the nave, Oliver leaned against the cold stone column, his shadow long and twisted. He was a man forged from the fires of regret, each scar a testament to battles fought and lost. His heart beat an erratic rhythm, a discordant tempo that mirrored the chaos within. I remember, he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, the way you looked at me, like I was the sun. But that sun had set long ago, swallowed by the storm clouds of miscommunication and betrayal. He had burned her, had scorched the earth between them until it was barren and lifeless. I was wrong, he murmured, a truth that tasted bitter on his tongue. The weight of the moment pressed down around them, a tangible thing. The air crackled, charged with the remnants of their shared history. They were two souls adrift in a sea of their own making, lost, angry, yearning for something that felt just beyond their grasp. It was an ache that resonated deep within, a longing for reconciliation that felt both tantalizing and terrifying. Do you believe we can ever go back? Elena asked, her voice quivering like a fragile leaf in the wind. The flickering candles cast shadows that danced around her, mocking her vulnerability, taunting her with the prospect of opening old wounds. She could feel his gaze, heavy and searching, a lighthouse beckoning her home, yet the rocks beneath threatened to pull her down. I don't know, Oliver replied, the words laced with honesty and fear. He shifted, the stone column cold against his back, grounding him in reality, yet his heart soared into the unknown. But I can't keep living like this, haunted by what we lost. The longing etched into his every feature, a raw ache that spoke of nights spent awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering where it had all gone wrong. He wanted to reach out, to grasp her hand, to pull her into the light, but the memories clung to him like chains, anchoring him in despair. Haunted, she echoed, the word swirling in the air like smoke. It wrapped around them, constricting, reminding her of the choices, the mistakes. She could feel the ghosts of their past rising, whispering secrets that only they understood. They flickered in the candlelight, faces of joy twisted into pain. I see them every night, she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper, the vulnerability spilling from her like a wound unbandaged. I can't escape it. The shadows shifted as if mocking their confessions. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful tune that seeped into their bones, just as the weight of their shared history seeped into their souls. The rain began to fall, soft at first, each drop a reminder of tears shed in silence. What if we can't forgive? Elena's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, they sparkled like stars trapped against the dark canvas of night. What if it's too late? Oliver stepped forward, the distance between them an expanse of unsaid words and broken promises. It's never too late, he he insisted, the desperation in his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. "We owe it to ourselves to try. Even if it means facing the darkness." His heart thundered in his chest, each beat a silent plea for understanding, for redemption. He reached out, fingers trembling, brushing against hers, a tentative connection against the weight of their history. The world around them faded, the cathedral's stone walls melting into shadows, time collapsing into this singular moment, alive, electric. They stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, the cosmos swirling above them in a dance of stars and fate. The air crackled, charged with possibility, yet laced with the bitter taste of fear. Elena felt the warmth of his touch seep through her, igniting a flicker of hope she thought long extinguished. "What if we fail?" she asked, the vulnerability raw and exposed. But Oliver's gaze held her steady, a lighthouse in the storm. "Then we'll fail together." And in that moment, time stood still. The universe held its breath, waiting, longing for them to take the leap. With each heartbeat, they teetered on the edge, caught between the past and a future cloaked in uncertainty. Shadows danced around them, memories whispering secrets, but they stood firm, hands clasped tightly, hearts racing with the promise of rebirth. "Let's be brave," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the darkness. In the depths of their fears, in the heart of their regrets, they chose to believe in the possibility of redemption, a divine comedy where pain could give way to joy, where love, battered and bruised, could rise anew. As the rain poured outside, washing away the remnants of their past, they took a step closer, united by the promise of reconciliation. The cathedral, once a witness to their sorrow, now held the echoes of their newfound courage, a sanctuary for the broken, the lost, and the hopeful. And in the darkness, they began to rebuild. The air crackled with a tension so thick it could suffocate, each breath a struggle against the weight of unspoken words. Night wrapped the city in its inky embrace, shadows flickering like ghosts, dancing on the walls of a crumbling stone courtyard. A clock tower chimed, each sonorous clang echoing into the void, as if counting down toward an inevitable confrontation. The moon hung low, a pale witness to the chaos brewing beneath her gaze. I remember the night all too vividly, the way the cold bit at my skin, the regret gnawing at my insides like a feral beast. I stood there, heart pounding, eyes locked on her, a silhouette draped in darkness, shimmering like a mirage. "Lila?" Her name tasted like honey and poison on my tongue. Every glance we exchanged sparked a fire, yet the distance between us felt insurmountable, a chasm carved by secrets and choices neither of us could take back. And then, there was Marcus, his presence a storm cloud, looming with an intensity that could suffocate. He was the antidote to my chaos and the architect of my despair. I could see it in his eyes, a mixture of desperation and determination that mirrored my own. We were locked in this twisted dance of love, betrayal, and the ghost of what could have been, three hearts beating, yet feeling so utterly alone. "I'm sorry," Lila whispered, her voice a fragile wisp of sound, trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. It pierced through the silence, a haunting refrain that echoed in the night. I never meant for it to come to this. I wanted to scream, to shake her until the truth fell from her lips like raindrops. But it did. It did come to this. I took a step closer, the night clinging to me, each step a battle against the urge to pull her into my arms, to drown in the warmth of her skin. But the moment was fractured, caught in a web of jealousy and fear, each thread taut with unresolved tension. Marcus shifted, his posture rigid, every muscle coiled like a predator ready to pounce. "You think this ends here, Lila? That you can just walk away, leave us behind?" His voice cut through the darkness, raw and jagged, a blade unsheathed. "You've lit a fire you can't extinguish. It doesn't work that way." I glanced at him, and for a heartbeat, I saw the boy I'd loved, the one who made me believe that love could conquer all. But the boy had faded, leaving behind a man wrought with pain and shadows. I wanted to reach across the divide, to remind him of sunlit afternoons and laughter that echoed like music, but those memories felt like ghosts now, haunting the spaces between us. "I can't choose between you," Lila said, her voice trembling, each word a fragile echo of her inner turmoil. "I thought I could. I thought it would be easy. Tears glistened in her eyes, the moonlight illuminating the raw hurt etched across her face. I wanted to wipe them away, to hold her and whisper that everything would be all right, but the weight of our shared history anchored me in place. Easy? Is that what you thought this was? Marcus erupted, the storm within him breaking loose. You toyed with us like we were nothing more than pawns in your game. You knew what would happen. The accusation hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to dispute it, to shake my head and tell him how wrong he was. But beneath the surface of my heart, I felt it, a whisper of truth. I had wanted them both, had let my heart run wild, and now it was a mess of tangled desires and broken promises. I remember, I started, the words tumbling out like stones from a crumbling wall. I remember the first time I saw you, Lila. The way the sun caught in your hair, the laughter that spilled from your lips like a melody. I remember how it felt to be whole. I remember when we were innocent. Lila's gaze softens, the anger drifting away like smoke. But we're not innocent anymore. We're tangled in this mess and I don't know how to fix it. There it was, the raw, jagged truth laid bare. I could feel the universe around us constricting, the very stars holding their breath as if waiting for the moment we would shatter under the weight of our choices. Maybe there's no fixing it, I said, the thought haunting me like a specter. Maybe we have to tear it all apart to find what's worth saving. Marcus's fists clenched, the rage simmering beneath the surface threatening to boil over. You think you can just throw it all away? You think love is only worth fighting for when it's convenient? His voice dripped with venom, but I saw the hurt beneath it, the vulnerability he tried to mask. I felt the world tilt on its axis, the night stretching and warping as we stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. What do we do now? I whispered, the question a fragile plea, a desperate search for clarity in the chaos. And in that moment, as the clock told its final chime, I knew that we were at the brink, not just of our own hearts, but of something larger, an awakening of a love that could be both beautiful and brutal. The birth of Eros stood before us, a raw, unfiltered force that demanded to be faced. In the shadows of our fears and hopes, we clung to each other, hearts racing, breath shallow, standing on the edge of everything we had ever wanted, and everything we were terrified of losing. As the darkness closed in, our lives hanging in the balance, the night whispered promises and fears, a haunting reminder that love, in all its forms, could ignite the fiercest flames or consume us whole. And in that throbbing silence, I felt it, a flicker of hope, a spark of connection that bound us together, even as the world around us threatened to tear us apart. Would we rise from this chaos? Or were we doomed to become shadows of our former selves, lost in the echoes of a love that could never be tamed? The wind howled through the empty streets of Valoria, a ghost town where shadows loomed larger than life, and the air crackled with a tension thick enough to slice. If you listened closely, you could almost hear the echoes of 1,000 whispered prayers, each one hanging in the air like the scent of rain before a storm. I stood on the precipice of the moment, heart pounding, every nerve ending alight with an electric pulse. The moon, a silent witness, hung low, its pale light casting eerie silhouettes that danced menacingly on the cobblestones. I remember the sound of glass shattering, fragments flying, each shard a memory of what we once hoped to hold dear. Lyra, my sister, screamed from the depths of a shadow, her voice a chilling symphony of fear and defiance. Yarok, she cried, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her eyes wide with terror. She was a flame flickering against the encroaching darkness, and in that moment, I knew she was the only thing keeping me tethered to this world. Lyra! I shouted back, my voice filled with a desperation that clawed at my insides. I could see her now, a flicker of movement, her silhouette carved against the backdrop of crumbling walls. She was always so brave, so fiercely alive, it hurt to see her caught in this chaos. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of ash and something metallic, fear, perhaps, or the blood of lost hope. There was no time for hesitation. I lunged forward, each step feeling like a leap into the unknown, the echoes of our childhood laughter ringing in my ears. I remembered the days when we played in the fields, the sun warming our skin, dreams of the future painting bright pictures in our minds. It all felt so distant now, like a faded photograph. The gods had turned their backs on us, leaving only echoes of their laughter in the air. Stay close! I yelled, desperation clawing at my throat. Shadows twisted, creeping towards us, and I could see the glint of something sharp, something that promised pain. The ground beneath us trembled, as if the city itself was alive, warning us, pleading for us to leave. It was a living entity, a maze of memories, and every corner we turned whispered the names of those we had lost. In those fleeting seconds, as the darkness loomed, I caught a glimpse of myself in a shattered mirror, a reflection of a man torn between love and survival, haunted by the choices made and the paths not taken. I had failed her before. I would not fail her now. Yarrick! Lyra's voice shattered my thoughts, pulling me back to the present, to the urgency of the moment. There was a figure emerging from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, eyes glinting like the edge of a blade. It was him, or the betrayer. He had once been a guardian, a protector, but now he wore his betrayal like a crown, and the weight of his choices pressed heavily upon him. Let her go! I roared, every word laced with the weight of 1,000 missed chances. My heart raced, blood pounding in my ears. The betrayer laughed, a sound that echoed through the night like a death knell. It was a laugh that felt familiar, a laughter that haunted dreams. It was the laughter of someone who had forgotten hope, someone who thrived in despair. You think you can save her, he taunted, his voice slithering through the air like smoke. You're a fool, Yarrick! You've always been a fool. Silence! Lyra shouted, her voice igniting with a fierce defiance. You don't own me. And in that moment, she shone brighter than any star, a beacon amidst the shadows. I watched, breath caught in my throat, as she faced the betrayer, not with fear, but with an unyielding strength that made the ground quake beneath her. Remember what they taught us, she said, her voice steady, unwavering. The gods are not invincible. They bleed like us. I could see the fire igniting within her, a force of nature determined to fight back against the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. But the betrayer's laughter echoed once more, a haunting melody that twisted my insides. You think you can challenge the divine? Your faith will be your downfall. I felt a rush of anger pulsing through me, a tide of memories crashing against the shore of my consciousness, the day we lost our parents, the moments of laughter now marred by grief, the dreams we had stitched together like a fragile tapestry, now unraveling thread by thread. We are more than our pain, I shouted, my voice rising above the storm. We are the fire born from ashes. And as the confrontation intensified, the air shimmered with a heat that was almost unbearable. I could feel the tension crackling like lightning, the world around us morphing into something both terrifying and beautiful. Shadows danced, swirling like smoke, and for a heartbeat, time stretched into an endless expanse, heavy with unsaid words and unfulfilled promises. The betrayer lunged, and in that moment, everything collided, the past, the present, the very fabric of our existence. A scream tore from my throat, a sound woven from the threads of fear and hope. I could feel Lyra's hand reaching for mine, fingers brushing against my palm, a lifeline amidst the chaos. Together, she whispered, and in that single word, a universe of emotion spiraled between us, a bond unbreakable, forged in the crucible of our shared struggles. The confrontation spiraled, breathless, a clash of destinies, a dance of shadows and light. The gods may have left us to our own devices, but we were not alone. We were alive. The fight was not just against him, but against the darkness that sought to consume us. As the world around us blurred, I understood the lesson etched into the fabric of our existence. Even in the depths of despair, there lies a flicker of hope. Time is a cruel mistress, but it is also a teacher. And as I stood there, heart pounding, every fiber of my being alive with the intensity of the moment, I knew this was only the beginning. The insights of the gods were woven into our struggle, a testament to resilience. And as the night deepened, the stars bore witness to our fight, and I felt the stirring of something profound, a truth that would ripple through our lives, binding us to a fate that was yet to be written. The lesson had just begun. The air crackled with a tension sharper than shards of glass as the storm raged outside. Raindrops hammered against the crumbling walls of Olympus, each one a pulse, a heartbeat echoing through the remnants of a fallen era. Thunder rolled like an ancient titan, its voice a rumbling warning, reverberating through the marrow of the earth. Inside the flickering candlelight, shadows danced with a life of their own, and I stood paralyzed, torn between the ghosts of the past and the clamor of the impending dawn. I remember the taste of copper on my tongue as I pressed my hand against the cold stone, seeking solace, seeking clarity that eluded me like a specter in the night. Why now? I whispered to the void, my voice trembling. The echoes of my own question wrapped around me, suffocating yet comforting, familiar yet foreign. A new order was rising, and I was caught in the crossfire. Across the room, Elara moved with an elegance that belied the chaos. Her raven hair clung to her face, slick with sweat and rain, each drop a reminder of the war brewing outside and within. The shimmer in her eyes was the kind that promised both salvation and doom, and I hated her for it. She carried burdens heavier than the world itself and buried them beneath a mask of steely resolve. "We must act," she declared, her voice a lighthouse cutting through the storm. "Time is slipping away." There was a vulnerability in that strength, a fragility I couldn't bear to confront. I remembered the laughter we once shared in the sun-drenched fields, spinning tales of gods and heroes as if they were ours to command. But that was before. Before the shadows of betrayal clawed at us, before our love twisted into a weapon, sharp and unforgiving. And then there was Kale, pacing like a caged beast, his fists clenched, every muscle taut with pent-up rage. He was the embodiment of fury, a living testament to the scars left by the past. "This isn't the way," he growled, his voice low, dangerous. "You think we can just waltz back in and reclaim what was lost?" His gaze locked onto mine, burning through the fog of our shared history. It was both a challenge and a plea, a desperate search for understanding amidst the chaos. I remember the first time I felt his touch, light, hesitant, like the first breath of spring after a bitter winter. But now, that same touch felt like a brand, a painful reminder of everything we had sacrificed. "What are we even fighting for?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribcage, each beat an urgent plea. To revive Olympus? Or to escape our own ghosts? The walls around us trembled, the very foundations of Olympus quaking under the weight of our doubts. Outside, the storm screamed its fury, a cacophony of nature's wrath that mirrored the emotional tempest raging within. The air was thick with unspoken words, the kind that claw at your insides and bleed you dry. "Listen to me," Elara said, her voice rising over the thunder. "If we don't take control, they will. The ones who think they can erase us. The ones who want to rewrite history." Her words hung in the air, heavy with the promise of bloodshed. History, a tapestry woven with bright threads of heroism and dark strands of despair. We were merely players in a game far older than ourselves, and the stakes had never been higher. I felt the pull of the past, memories rushing back like waves crashing against a rocky shore. I remembered the day we lost everything, the betrayal that shattered our bonds, the silence that followed like a phantom lingering in the shadows. It was a wound that had never healed, festering beneath the surface, and now, with Olympus crumbling around us, it threatened to consume us whole. "What if we fail?" Kale's voice cracked, revealing the boy beneath the warrior, the one who still feared the darkness lurking beyond the edges of the known. "What if we're too late?" In that moment, I saw it, his vulnerability, raw and exposed, a mirror reflecting my own fears. The weight of uncertainty hung between us, thick and suffocating. Time was slipping away, each tick of the clock an echo of our choices, our hesitations. I took a step forward, my heart racing with the knowledge that we were standing on the precipice of change. "We can't let fear dictate our choices anymore," I said, forcing the words through the tightness in my throat. "We can't let the shadows of the past consume us. We have to fight, not just for Olympus, but for ourselves." The flicker of hope ignited in Elara's eyes, a spark that chased away the darkness momentarily. "Together," she whispered, as if the word alone could conjure strength. "Together?" The word tasted like honey and ashes, sweet and bitter all at once. I remembered the battles we had faced, the blood we had shed. Together, we had risen and fallen, and now, as the storm raged outside, we stood on the brink of a new order, a reckoning that could either bind us tighter or tear us apart. With a deep breath, I looked into the faces of my companions, two flawed souls intertwined with mine in an intricate dance of fate. Then let us return to Olympus, I declared, my voice steady, resonating with the thunder's roar. Not just to reclaim what was lost, but to forge something new, something that belongs to us. In the silence that followed, the storm seemed to pause, the weight of our decision hanging in the air, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable. As the winds howled outside, we stood united, ready to face the ghosts of our past and the battles yet to come, the storm within us matching the one beyond the walls. And in that moment, as the first crack of dawn broke through the stormy sky, I realized that this was just the beginning, a new order rising from the ashes of the old, and I was ready to embrace it, ready to confront the shadows that awaited us. The forge blazed like the heart of a sun, flames licking at the darkened stone walls, a cacophony of hammers ringing against metal, a symphony of creation and destruction. I stood there, breathless, caught in the moment, the heat wrapping around me like a lover's embrace, promising both ecstasy and agony. The air thickened, charged with an electric tension, as I watched Callista, her hands moving deftly, the rhythm of her work an echo of a spirit reborn from ashes. More heat, she shouted, her voice fierce, a command wrapped in desperation. I could see the sweat glistening on her brow, each drop a testament to her relentless spirit. Callista, daughter of a broken master craftsman, was a force of nature, but in this moment, she was a tempest battling against the raging storm of her past. The shadows danced around her like ghosts, taunting her with memories of failure. I remember, I whispered, but the words caught in my throat, a phantom of longing. I remember the day the workshop burned, the flames devouring dreams, the acrid smoke curling into the sky like the tendrils of despair. Callista had been there, her hands blistered, her heart shattered. She had lost everything, her father, her legacy, her passion. Yet here she was, wrestling with the very fabric of creation, hoping to reclaim what had been stolen. Then there was Amon, lurking in the shadows, his eyes glinting like the edge of a knife. He was the ghost of what could have been a friend turned rival, and the air crackled with the tension between us. He had once been Callista's confidant, but ambition had twisted him, turning friendship into rivalry. I could feel the weight of his ambition pressing down on me, a palpable thing, suffocating and cold. I need it to work, he murmured, his voice a low growl, barely contained. He stood over a half-finished sword, its blade catching the flickering light, a symbol of his aspirations and, perhaps, his madness. The blade was sharp, but it was the edge of his mind that frightened me, the thoughts that swirled like a storm, threatening to tear him apart. Amon, I began, my voice trembling with urgency, you need to let go. You're losing yourself. But he didn't hear, his gaze lost to the shimmer of potential, the weight of dreams. Trust me, he replied, the edge in his voice razor thin. Everything I do for us. It wasn't an assurance, it was a lie woven with desperation. We were all desperately clinging to our splintered dreams, and I could feel the tension coiling tighter, like a serpent preparing to strike. The forge roared, a living entity, and I felt the heat of its breath. I could see the way Callista faltered, her hands trembling as she guided the molten metal, molding it like the delicate strands of fate. Her eyes darted to Amon, a flicker of fear dancing in her gaze. She was caught, ensnared in the web of our shared history, two souls intertwined in a dance of creation and destruction. I can't be your shadow anymore, she whispered, her voice breaking, and with that, the world around us shattered. The hammer clanged against the anvil, a heartbeat echoing through the night, reverberating with an urgency that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Amon stepped forward, his voice a dangerous whisper, then you'll regret it. He was a wolf cornered, teeth bared, and I could see the madness in his eyes. It was a reminder of the night that had changed everything, the fire, the screams, the darkness that had seeped into our bones. Amon, stop! I shouted, the words tearing from my throat. But it was too late. The air thickened, the forge screeched in protest as he hurled a tool at Callista, the metal soaring through the air like a vengeful spectre. Time slowed, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the world around us, pounding in time with the unfolding chaos. I rushed forward, a blur of instinct overriding reason, my body moving as if it were guided by the very hands of fate. In that split second, I reached her, pulling Callista to safety as the tool crashed into the wall beside us, splintering into shards that glinted like shattered hopes. My heart thundered in my chest, the adrenaline surging through me like liquid fire. Are you all right? I panted, searching her face for signs of the fear that had etched itself into my mind. But her eyes were fierce, filled with a determination that both terrified and inspired me. I'll never be all right, she spat, her voice a tempest. Not while he's still standing in my way. There it was, the raw, unfiltered emotion that coursed through her, igniting a fire within me, pushing me closer to the edge. Aemon stood frozen, a statue of fury and regret, the weight of our shared past pressing down on him like the anvil that had once been our playground. The shadows whispered secrets between us, weaving tales of betrayal, ambition, and dreams turned to dust. Enough! I shouted, my voice breaking through the haze of tension. This isn't just about you anymore. But in that moment, the truth hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension that sliced through the heat of the forge. Callista turned to face Aemon, her voice softening but firm, each word a dagger wrapped in silk. You've lost yourself in this madness. We were supposed to be a team, Aemon. We were supposed to create something beautiful. The irony hung thick between us, a reminder of the dreams that had brought us together, now twisted into something grotesque. And then, the moment shattered like glass, the tension erupting into chaos. I braced myself, the world spinning as Aemon lunged forward, and in that breathless instant, I understood the weight of legacy, a burden that binds, that breaks, that transforms. The forge roared on, a testament to the cycle of creation and destruction, and as chaos unfolded, I could feel the heartbeat of our past echoing through the flames, a reminder that no matter how far we strayed, the shadows would always chase us. In the fire's embrace, I knew we were all destined to face the ghosts of our making. Each heartbeat pulsed with the weight of our choices, and the legacy of Hephaestus loomed large, a shadow that would never let us go. The moon hung low, a swollen eye watching a world poised on the precipice of chaos. Shadows writhed and twisted among the ruins of what was once a thriving city, now reduced to echoes of laughter and whispers of longing. I stood in the heart of it, breath catching like a moth in a spider's web. The stone walls, crumbling and cold, held secrets that throbbed in my bones, the kind of secrets that could ignite a fire or drown a soul in shadows. Ares, the god of war, stood before me, his presence a tempest, muscles coiled like storm clouds ready to unleash fury. His eyes glinted with a ferocity that sent a chill racing down my spine, igniting an urge to flee and a desire to stay. Every heartbeat reverberated with the tension between us, a palpable current that begged to be acknowledged. But it wasn't just the war god's anger that set my heart racing, it was the knowledge that Aphrodite, the goddess of love, was somewhere close, lurking like a ghost in the aftermath of a battle, caught between the raw violence of desire and the sweet ache of betrayal. I remember the taste of her lips, Ares growled, voice low and rough, as if he were dragging each word from the depths of his soul. I remember how she ignited a fire inside me even as the world fell apart. His fists clenched, knuckles white against the darkness that seemed to thrum in time with his rage. But does she remember? Or has she forgotten the way love can burn? I could almost see the memory swirling around him, sharp and bright, like shards of glass catching the light. Each piece a moment, an echo of laughter, a shared glance that lingered too long, a promise made in the shadows. But pain wove through those memories, twisting them into something grotesque. I could feel it in my chest, the ache of longing that consumed him, the bitter taste of love turned sour. What is love, if not an act of war? And then Aphrodite emerged from the darkness, her presence blooming like a flower in a graveyard. Her beauty was haunting, ethereal, but there was a fragility to her smile that sent a pulse of worry through me. She moved as if walking through a dream, each step a dance that flirted with despair. Ares, she whispered, voice laced with honey and sorrow, do you think love can survive the bloodshed? Her words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken memories. I felt the weight of them, like stones in my chest. I wanted to scream, to tell her that love was not meant to survive, it was meant to transform, to evolve amidst the chaos. But this moment wasn't mine to shape. I was merely a spectator, caught in the web of their eternal dance. I remember the days when we laughed at the stars, Ares replied, his tone shifting, softening. When love was a shield against the world. His gaze fixed on her, fierce and tender all at once, as if he could draw her back from the abyss with sheer will. But the laughter turned to silence, Aphrodite. The stars dimmed in the wake of the wars we waged, both against each other and within ourselves. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting a universe of hurt. And yet, here we are, drawn together again like moths to a flame. Do we burn, or do we rise from the ashes? She stepped closer, the air thickening with the heat of their shared past, a past that both bound them and tore them apart. I held my breath, caught in their orbit, as memories crashed against the walls of my mind, scenes of rage, of passion, of tears spilling beneath a night sky painted with stars. The ghosts of their history lingered, whispering secrets of love that had danced on the knife edge of destruction. "What do you want from me, Ars?" she asked, voice trembling, heartache spilling from her like rain. "Everything," he said, raw and unfiltered. "I want the fire back. The laughter. I want to taste the sweetness of your love without the bitterness of regret." The silence that followed was deafening, a taut string ready to snap. I could feel the tension coiling tighter, a storm brewing between them, and I was the unwitting witness to their struggle, a spectator to a war that transcended the physical and delved into the very essence of what it meant to love and to lose. Aphrodite took a step back, her face a mask of conflict. "You think love can erase the blood on your hands? You think I can simply forget the pain? It lingers, Ars. It haunts me. Every time I close my eyes, I see the battles fought in your name, the heart shattered. With every word, the air crackled with energy, a charge that threatened to explode. But love is not about forgetting," he countered, desperation creeping into his voice. "It's about facing the demons, accepting that we are flawed, that we are human in our divinity. We are not just gods, we are real. We bleed. We scream." The moon hung higher now, a silent witness to their unraveling, and I couldn't shake the feeling that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. They were caught in a loop, an eternal dance of love and war, and I was helplessly entranced. "Do you remember the taste of rain on your skin?" she whispered, her voice now barely a breath. "Do you remember how it felt to stand together, unafraid?" "I remember," he breathed, stepping closer, eyes locked onto hers. "But can you feel it still? The way love can be a battlefield and a sanctuary all at once." In that moment, the air shimmered with possibilities, but reality clawed at them, a relentless beast demanding its due. I watched as they stood on the edge, heartbeats racing, breaths mingling with the ghosts of their past. The world around them faded, leaving only the two of them, drawn together by an invisible thread that felt both tender and dangerous. And just as the storm seemed poised to break, a silence enveloped us, a stillness pregnant with expectation, the kind that held the weight of 1,000 unsaid words. Did love possess the power to heal, or was it a fire that could only consume? As I stood there, heart racing, I felt the pulse of the universe matching the rhythm of their conflict, a cosmic dance of pain and desire that echoed through time. I could not look away. I knew they were on the precipice of something monumental, a collision of souls that would change everything, again. And then, it began. The dance surged forward, the air thick with tension, and I was entrapped in their world, unable to turn away as the eternal dance of Ares and Aphrodite spiraled into the night, an endless cycle of love and war. The night was velvety, wrapped in a cloak of darkness so thick that even the stars seemed hesitant to shine. In the heart of Rome, a hushed silence fell over the Forum, a space once throbbing with life now swallowed by shadows. I could feel the weight of centuries pressing down, the whispers of lovers long gone and warriors who had carved their names into history. But tonight, it was not the dead who haunted this place, it was the living, hearts twisted tightly in despair. I remember the sharp clang of metal striking stone, echoing like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Mars stood there, his breath ragged, muscles tensed as if he were a coiled spring ready to snap. Dusk painted him in hues of blood and shadow, the flicker of torches casting an eerie glow across his face, revealing a tempest of emotions. Anger and confusion danced dangerously in his eyes, a storm of conflict. "Venus, where are you?" he shouted, voice reverberating off the ancient columns, reverberating in my chest. It was not just a call, it was a plea, laced with desperation. And there she was, Venus, a beautiful contradiction, a goddess cloaked in the vulnerability of a woman. The moonlight kissed her skin, illuminating the tears that streamed down her cheeks like droplets of silver. She stood apart, distant yet so achingly close, a fragile being torn from the tapestry of divine creation. "Why do you seek me, Mars?" she replied, voice trembling like the last fragile notes of a song. There was a haunting question in her eyes, a silent accusation that cut deeper than a dagger. They were bound by passion, yet chained by misunderstanding. I felt their pain like a shiver up my spine, raw and electric. The gods had woven their fates together, yet here they stood, poised at the brink of calamity, hearts beating in dissonance. "You think I am a coward, don't you?" Mars spat, the fire in his words igniting the very air between them. "You think I'd leave you vulnerable in a world that thrives on fear? It's not fear that chains me, Mars. It's love," she shot back, her voice steadying, firming like a growing storm. "But love requires trust, and you have shattered that trust." The word hung there, heavy and charged, vibrating like a taut string ready to snap. I remember the way their eyes locked, a clash of thunder and lightning, the air thick with unspoken words. The sky above mirrored their turmoil, dark clouds swirling, threatening to leak rain like the tears they both held back. "You are the god of war, a conqueror," she breathed, "yet the battlefield you fight is not one made of swords and shields. It is right here, in our hearts." As if on cue, the wind whipped around them, a ghostly reminder of the world beyond their anguish. I could taste the salt of their pain, each word, a dagger, each silence, a wound. The tension crackled, electric, alive. I leaned in, holding my breath, every moment stretching impossibly long, as if time had paused to witness their plight. And then, silence. It was suffocating, a darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. The air felt heavy, thick with the weight of all that was unsaid, all that could never be said. I could sense the memories swirling around them, the sweet, intoxicating moments of shared laughter and stolen kisses, now tainted by betrayal. The ghosts of what they once were haunted the edges, lingering like the smoke from extinguished torches. "Do you remember when we first met?" Venus asked, her voice breaking the stillness, raw and vulnerable. "You swept into my life like a tempest, bold and unyielding. I thought I could conquer the world with you by my side." She paused, a quiver in her lip. "But now it feels as though we are two ships passing in the night, each carrying our own storm." "I remember," Mars said, his voice softer now, the fire in his spirit dimmed but not extinguished. "But I was a fool, blinded by pride and the taste of victory. I thought I could protect you by keeping you at arm's length." He took a step forward, desperation etched across his rugged features. "But I see now that it was my own fear that drove you away." I could almost hear the echo of a heartbeat, the rhythm of two souls entwined in the chaos of existence. It was a dance of torment and yearning, of love and anger, a tragic melody that played on repeat. The city around them seemed to dissolve, fading into oblivion, leaving only the two of them, tangled in their storm. Their emotions surged, a tidal wave crashing. They were both flawed, achingly human despite their divine lineage. I could see the shadows of their own insecurities reflected in each other's eyes, a haunting mirror that revealed the scars they fought to hide. Every heartbeat pulsed with the weight of their choices, the agony of their existence, the bitter sweetness of unfulfilled dreams. "Do you truly wish to fight?" Venus whispered, her voice now a mere breath, a feather on the wind. "Or do you wish to find your way back to me?" The question hung there, suspended in time, begging for a response that would shape the course of their fates. Mars hesitated, the world narrowing down to this single moment, a flickering candle on the brink of being snuffed out. "I do not want to fight, not anymore," he confessed, the admission a tremor in his voice. "But the war within me is relentless, and I fear I may lose myself before I can find my way back." Venus stepped closer, her vulnerability wrapping around them like a comforting shroud. "Then let us face it together, Mars. Let us be the warriors of our love." The intensity of that gaze, the promise, the plea, the unbreakable bond, shattered the silence, igniting a spark of hope amid the ruins of their hearts. I could feel the air shift, a breath of life seeping back into their intertwined destinies, but just as quickly, clouds rolled back in, fierce and dark. A storm brewed above, a reflection of their troubled souls, a warning of the chaos to come. The night was still young, and the world had not yet finished testing them. Shadows danced at the edges of their fragile truce, whispering secrets of betrayal that hung like a noose. As the first drops of rain began to fall, heavy and cold, I knew that this was only the beginning. The confrontation lay ahead, a reckoning that would either bind them tighter or tear them apart forever. I felt it in my bones, a shiver of anticipation that coursed through the air. This was not the end, it was merely the prelude to a symphony of heartache and hope, a cycle as eternal as the stars above. Time was slipping through our fingers, and I could only watch, breathless, as the battle for their love unfolded, a tapestry of light and darkness woven into the very fabric of the universe. The air crackled with tension, heavy and electric, as the clock on the old City Hall tower struck midnight. Each chime echoed like a death knell, reverberating through the cobblestone streets of a town caught in the throes of its past. I stood alone, shadows clinging to me like a shroud, feeling the weight of hope and guilt suffocating my chest. Rain drizzled from the slate-grey sky, each droplet a whispered memory, each puddle a reflection of choices I could no longer escape. I remember the moment I saw him again. Marcus, my brother, his face a canvas of pain and betrayal. The scars of our childhood lingered like ghosts, haunting every breath, every heartbeat. It was the kind of silence that screamed, a chasm of unspoken words stretching between us. I could almost taste the bitterness on my tongue, the remnants of old wounds festering beneath the surface. In that instant, our eyes locked, a collision of agony and longing, of resentment and an undeniable thread of love that both bound us and tore us apart. "I didn't think you'd show," he said, his voice raw, laced with an edge I couldn't decipher. Was it anger? Fear? Or perhaps the aching desire for reconciliation that hovered just beyond his grasp, like the mirage of a better past in a desert of despair? I felt the pulse of my heart quicken, a frantic rhythm that echoed the unresolved tension between us. "Neither did I replied, the words slipping out as sharp as broken glass. The rain began to fall harder, drenching us, as if the heavens themselves wept for what had been lost. I could feel each drop sinking deeper into my skin, washing away the pretense of strength I had worn like armor for too long. My mind flickered back, to the day it all changed, when Marcus chose vengeance over family, when I turned my back, believing blood wasn't thick enough to drown out betrayal. I didn't just lose a brother that day, I lost a part of myself. The weight of that choice hung heavy, a chain of regret that coiled around my heart, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. "Have you come to fight?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, laden with the ghosts of our shared past. "I've come to forgive," he said, surprising me, the words cutting through the storm like a beacon of light. But the weight of that promise hung between us, fragile and trembling, like a newborn bird perched on the edge of its nest, teetering on the brink of flight or a deadly fall. Forgiveness. The word tasted foreign on my tongue, a bitter pill I wasn't sure I was ready to swallow. "Forgiveness doesn't erase the scars," I said, clenching my fists until my nails dug into my palms, grounding me in the present, anchoring me to the chaos of the moment. How could he ask for something so sacred? How could I give it? The night deepened, wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket. The city seemed to hold its breath, caught in the tension between us. I remember the first time we explored the forest behind the old church, Marcus said suddenly, catching me off guard. "You dared me to climb that tree, the one that looked like it might fall over at any moment." And I did. I climbed higher than I thought possible, and when I reached the top, I felt invincible. I remember watching him, my heart soaring with pride and fear. I remember his laughter echoing through the trees, ringing like a bell that faded into silence as the years wore on. "But what's left of that boy?" I asked, the ache in my voice mingling with the rain-soaked air. "What if he's lost forever?" He stepped closer, the distance between us collapsing as the rain blurred the lines of our past. "He's not gone," he insisted, his voice fierce, alive with the spirit of our shared history. "He's still here. We're still here, beneath all the pain, beneath the mistakes. We've just forgotten how to reach for each other." A flash of lightning illuminated his face, stark and raw, every emotion laid bare in the flickering light. I felt the world shift, the earth trembling beneath me. Time felt elastic, stretching between now and then, the ghosts of our childhood whispering tales of laughter and love. But as quickly as that moment arrived, it fell away, leaving us standing in darkness once more. "Forgive me," I said suddenly, the words bursting forth, a dam breaking under the weight of years. I felt the flood of my emotion crash against the walls I had built, each confession a wave that threatened to drown us both. "Forgive me for not believing in you, for not being there when you needed me most." His eyes widened, and I could see the flicker of surprise igniting a glimmer of hope within them. "Forgive me for pushing you away," he replied, his voice trembling with vulnerability. "For letting anger drive a wedge between us." The rain battered down harder, but in that moment, we became something new, something fragile yet fierce. We stood on the precipice of redemption, the weight of our past swirling around us, threatening to pull us back into the darkness. But there, against the storm, we fought. "Let's climb back up," I said, my heart racing. "Let's reach for each other, even if it scares us. Even if it means falling again and again." The air crackled, and I felt the universe shift, a promise whispering between us, a pact forged in the crucible of our shared pain. The night was thick with emotion, the city's heartbeat echoing ours, fragile and alive. I remember the moment we took that first step, our hands reaching out to bridge the chasm, to touch the shimmering light of forgiveness. It was terrifying, exhilarating, a leap into the unknown, a surrender that felt like freedom. As the lightning cracked the sky, illuminating the shadows of our past, we faced the storm together, ready to embrace whatever came next, ready to reclaim our story, one heartbeat at a time. There was no conclusion, no tidy ending. Just the pulse of a new beginning, the whisper of a journey still unfolding, where redemption awaited in the shadows, and growth thrummed like an unbroken chord, waiting for us to strum it. The night was alive with possibility, and we were ready to face it. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an unsettling glow across the battlefield. Dust hung like a thick fog, swallowing sounds, muffling cries. I could hear the faint echo of a child's laughter somewhere distant, a cruel reminder of lives untouched by the chaos, a chilling juxtaposition against the war's raw, unspeakable weight. It was a sound that cut through the darkness, but it didn't belong here, not in a place where love and war intertwined like lovers in a deadly embrace. I remember the moment I saw her. Elena stood amidst the carnage, her auburn hair wild, eyes like twin storms. In that fleeting heartbeat of recognition, I felt something deep inside me fracture, like glass shattering against stone. She should have been safe, away from this madness, but here she was, fighting for a cause no one truly believed in. I wanted to scream, to pull her away from the edge of despair, but the smog of war gripped my throat, silencing my plea. Then there was Marcus, my brother, my blood. He stood at the precipice of sanity, a soldier lost in the labyrinth of his mind, haunted by the ghosts of those he'd fought beside. I could see the weariness etched into his face, the shadows lurking beneath his skin, making him appear older, as if the weight of our shared history had compressed time itself. I felt an ache in my chest, a split loyalty, torn between the sweet warmth I felt for Elena and the brotherly bond with Marcus, forged through countless battles and shared nightmares. "Stay back!" Marcus shouted, eyes wild as he brandished his sword, fear wrapped tightly around his heart. I was frozen, caught in a moment suspended between love and war. Elena, defiant as ever, took a step forward, her voice trembling yet fierce. "You don't have to do this, Marcus. We can find a way past this." The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of possibility, but they felt like whispers in a storm. "No!" I shouted, the sound erupting from my throat like a caged animal. "This isn't the way." I was drowning, caught in the riptide of chaos and emotion. I remembered the night spent dreaming of a world untouched by the cruelty of men, a world where love flourished like wildflowers in a sunlit meadow, not as a casualty of war. Yet here we were, standing on the verge of destruction, love on one side, blood on the other, a cruel dance fueled by the cycles of fate. Elena's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and for a moment, time slipped away. It wasn't just the battlefield around us, it was the battle within our hearts. We were threads in a tapestry woven from the darkest corners of history, each thread a story, a pulse of life interrupted by the ruthless hands of war. I could feel the heartbeat of our shared dreams fading, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Marcus's grip faltered. For a heartbeat, I saw a flicker of the boy he used to be, the one who would chase after fireflies on summer nights, laughing until dawn, believing in the impossible dreams of youth. But that boy had been swallowed by the abyss of conflict, replaced by a man hardened by loss. I felt rage bubbling within me, but it was directed inward, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. How could we have let it come to this? Don't you see? I yelled, desperation clawing at my throat. This war is a cycle, it feeds on itself, on our fears and our failures. We must break free, or we will lose everything. Elena stepped closer, her hand outstretched, trembling yet resolute. Love is stronger than hate, Marcus. Remember why we fight. She spoke the words that had once burned bright in our souls, but they faltered now, lost in the cacophony of battle cries and the metallic scent of blood. The shadows loomed larger, feeding on our confusion, twisting our intentions into something grotesque. And then the moment shattered. A single arrow sang through the air, a harbinger of fate. I turned, instinct kicking in just as it struck its mark. Elena gasped, a soft sound that sent a jolt of terror through my veins. Time slowed as I watched her crumple, the light in her eyes dimming like a star snuffed out in the night sky. No! I screamed, rushing toward her, each step a desperate plea against the encroaching shadows. The world around me blurred, a chaotic dance of pain and fear. I could hear Marcus behind me, his shouts merging into a fog of guilt and anguish. You have to fight! But I was too late. I knelt beside her, cradling her head in my lap. Blood soaked my hands, warm and sticky, and I felt the warmth of her life slipping away. Elena, stay with me. Please? Her eyes met mine, a haunting mixture of love and sorrow. I remember, she whispered, the words curling like smoke in the air, the laughter, the dreams, promise me you won't lose yourself in this. I choked back a sob, the realization hammering against my heart. We were caught in the cycle, spinning endlessly between love and war, like the turning of an ancient wheel, each revolution a reminder that the past never truly dies. I could feel the darkness closing in as her breath grew shallow, the world dissolving around us. I promise, I murmured, even as I knew the weight of my own heart could not bear the truth. Every beat echoed with a vow I might never fulfill. In that moment, I grasped the terrible irony. Love was both a weapon and a balm, forged in the fires of war. It was a cycle, unbroken, relentless. The cries of the world outside faded into a muffled roar, a haunting symphony of loss. As her warmth left me, I felt the ground beneath shifting, the eternal dance continuing beyond our final heartbeat. With one last breath, she whispered my name, and the light in her eyes flickered out, leaving me to face the shadows alone. I looked up, and there stood Marcus, a ghost of the man he had been, a broken figure wrapped in the chains of regret. We were bound together, two souls adrift in a sea of sorrow, and as the night swallowed the battlefield, the cycle of love and war twisted tighter around us, promising that tomorrow would bring the same heart-wrenching choices. We were left to navigate the darkness, trapped in a space where hope flickered like a dying flame, waiting for the inevitable storm to come.